Hi friends. If you're enjoying my videos, please hit the like button. It helps the YouTube algorithm notice me. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. My name is Riley, and I'm 18 years old. What I'm about to tell you happened during the summer of 2024, and I swear on everything I hold sacred that every word is true. This isn't my first encounter with something unexplainable, but it was by far the worst. The memory still wakes me up at night, drenched in sweat, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. Our family had been visiting Burunjuk Dam for water skiing trips since I was 7. The massive reservoir, nestled in the hills outside Brisbane, had always been our escape from the suffocating city heat. Mom would pack our gear with military precision, while Dad checked the boat trailer for the third time. My younger brother Connor would bounce around the house like a pinball, asking every 5 minutes if we were ready to leave yet. The drive always took 4 hours, winding through increasingly remote countryside until civilization seemed like a distant memory. That particular trip felt different from the moment we left our driveway. The radio kept cutting to static despite Dad fiddling with the antenna. Mom seemed unusually quiet, staring out the passenger window with an expression I couldn't read. Even Connor had stopped his usual chatter after the first hour. By the time we reached the dam's entrance gates, darkness had swallowed the landscape whole. The security booth sat like a lonely island in a sea of black, its fluorescent light buzzing and flickering intermittently. The elderly guard who emerged looked like he hadn't smiled in decades, his weathered face mapped with deep lines that seemed to spell out warnings I couldn't understand. While my family handled the check-in process, I remained in the back seat, finishing a video on my phone. The screen's glow created a small bubble of normalcy in the growing unease that had settled over me like a heavy blanket. When the video ended, I looked up to survey our surroundings through the car windows. The dam stretched out before us, its dark surface reflecting nothing but void. Twisted eucalyptus trees lined the shoreline, their pale bark appearing almost skeletal in the weak light from the security booth. Something about the way they swayed in the windless night made my stomach clench. But it was more than just the trees. The entire place felt wrong, as if we had driven into somewhere we weren't supposed to be. That's when I first felt it watching me. The sensation started as a prickling at the base of my neck, the kind of awareness that makes every animal instinct scream danger. I turned slowly in my seat, scanning the tree line beyond the parking area. At first, I saw nothing but shadows layered upon shadows. Then, like a photograph developing in slow motion, I began to make out a shape that didn't belong. 2 points of red light hovered at what would be eye level for something impossibly tall. They weren't moving, just fixed on our car with an intensity that made my mouth go dry. I blinked hard, hoping it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. But when I opened my eyes, those red points had moved closer. Panic rising in my throat, I spun around to look out the opposite window, and what I saw there nearly stopped my heart entirely. The thing stood no more than 10 feet from our car, close enough that I could make out details that would burn themselves into my memory forever. Its face was the color of old bone, stretched tight over a skull that seemed too large for any natural creature. But it was the eyes that held me frozen. They glowed like hot coals, not with any light source I could identify, but with something that seemed to come from within. The lower half of its face was the stuff of nightmares. Its jaw appeared to have been split down the middle, creating 2 separate mandibles that hung at unnatural angles. What I had initially thought was fur was actually patches of something dark and matted, clinging to gaunt limbs that looked like they might snap under their own weight. The creature's entire body twitched and jerked as if electricity was running through it in random bursts. Standing at least 9 feet tall, it loomed over our vehicle like some grotesque scarecrow brought to life. The moment I blinked, it vanished. Not gradually, not by stepping back into the shadows, but simply gone as if it had never been there at all. When my family returned to the car, chattering about cabin arrangements and tomorrow's skiing plans, I tried to tell them what I had seen, but the words came out in a jumbled rush that made me sound like I was having some kind of breakdown. Dad glanced at me in the rearview mirror with concern, while Mom suggested I might be getting carsick from the long drive. Connor just rolled his eyes and muttered something about his dramatic older brother under his breath. Our cabin sat at the water's edge, a modest structure with large windows that faced the dam. During daylight hours, those windows would offer stunning views of the water and surrounding hills. But in the darkness, they became mirrors that reflected our lit interior while concealing whatever might be lurking outside. I couldn't shake the image of that creature from my mind. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those twin red flames staring back at me. Sleep became impossible as my mind raced through rational explanations. Maybe it had been a large dog with some kind of disease. Maybe the red eyes were just reflections from our car's taillights. Maybe I was more exhausted from the drive than I realized. But deep down, I knew none of those explanations fit what I had witnessed. Around 2 in the morning, I gave up on sleep entirely and moved to the window. The dam's surface was perfectly still, like a sheet of black glass. Moonlight created a narrow path across the water, but it only made the surrounding darkness seem deeper and more impenetrable. That's when I saw it again. The creature stood at the water's edge, maybe 50 yards from our cabin. This time, I had a clear view of its full height and the way it moved with an unsettling, jerky gait. It seemed to be pacing back and forth along the shoreline, occasionally stopping to turn its head in our direction. I grabbed Connor's shoulder and shook him awake, desperate to have someone else witness what I was seeing. He groaned and complained about being woken up, but I dragged him to the window anyway. By the time his eyes focused enough to look where I was pointing, the shoreline was empty again. "You're losing it," he mumbled before stumbling back to his bed. Probably just saw a kangaroo or something. But I knew kangaroos didn't stand 9 feet tall or have eyes that glowed like embers in the dark. The next morning brought brilliant sunshine and a perfect breeze for water skiing. Mom insisted that some fresh air and physical activity would cure whatever vacation jitters I was experiencing. Despite my protests, she had me suited up and ready to hit the water before I had finished my coffee. The lake was busier than I had ever seen it, dotted with boats of every size and color. Families were already out enjoying the morning calm, their laughter carrying across the water like music. For the first time since our arrival, I began to relax. Maybe Connor was right. Maybe I had just been tired and seeing things. Mom piloted our boat with her usual skill, carving smooth turns through the water while I rode behind on the kneeboard. The familiar rhythm of skiing began to work its magic, washing away the previous night's fears with each spray of cool water across my face. We headed toward the small island that sat in the dam's center, a popular turnaround point for skiers. As we approached, I signaled for Mom to pick up speed, wanting to feel the rush of cutting through the water at maximum velocity. That's when everything went wrong. The boat hit some kind of wake that seemed to come from nowhere, bouncing me so hard that my grip on the rope was torn away. I hit the water with enough force to drive the breath from my lungs, surfacing with my ears ringing and my vision blurred. I raised my hand in the standard signal for pickup, expecting to see Mom already turning the boat around. But when I looked toward where our boat should have been, I saw nothing but empty water. Every boat that had been dotting the lake just minutes before had vanished. The water was completely deserted, as if I had been transported to a different place entirely. I treaded water and spun in a complete circle, searching for any sign of life, but found only an unnatural silence that pressed down on me like a physical weight. I shouted for Mom until my throat was raw, but the sound seemed to be swallowed by the air itself, creating no echo, no response, nothing. The island, which had seemed so close when I fell, now appeared impossibly distant. No matter how hard I swam toward it, it never seemed to get any closer. Panic began to claw at my chest as I realized I might be trapped in open water with no way to reach shore. But panic turned to terror when I felt something brush against my leg beneath the surface. I woke up on the rocky shore as the afternoon sun was beginning its descent toward the horizon. My head throbbed, and my mouth tasted like I had been chewing on copper pennies. I was wearing only my underwear, though I distinctly remembered going to bed fully clothed the night before. Confusion mixed with relief as I realized the boat incident must have been a dream. But if it was a dream, how had I ended up on the shoreline a quarter-mile from our cabin? The rocks beneath me were real enough, digging into my back with sharp persistence. Light scratches covered my chest and arms, as if I had been dragged through brambles. My feet were in terrible condition. The soles were torn and bloody, making each step an agony as I began the trek back to the cabin. Sharp stones and broken branches seemed to find every sensitive spot, forcing me to stop frequently to rest and assess the damage. During one of these stops, sitting on a boulder near the water's edge, I heard movement in the brush behind me. The sound was wrong somehow, too heavy and deliberate to be made by any native animal. When I turned to investigate, I saw it again. The creature stood perhaps 30 yards away, partially obscured by low-hanging branches. In daylight, it looked even more disturbing than it had in the darkness. What I had thought might be diseased fur was actually patches of something dark and oily that seemed to move independently of any breeze. Its pale skin was mottled with dark veins that pulsed visibly beneath the surface. But it was the smell that nearly made me vomit. Even at that distance, the stench of rot and something chemical sweet filled my nostrils. It was the smell of things that should have been buried long ago. Against every instinct screaming at me to run, I called out to it. My voice cracked as I asked who it was, what it wanted. The creature's head snapped toward me with an unnatural speed that made my vision blur. For a moment, we stared at each other across that small clearing. Then, it began to move. The creature didn't run toward me in any conventional sense. Instead, it moved through the trees with a fluid, almost liquid motion that defied everything I knew about anatomy and physics. One moment it was behind one tree, the next it had somehow flowed to another position entirely, always maintaining that fixed, burning stare. I ran. My already damaged feet sent lightning bolts of pain up my legs with each step, but terror pushed me beyond any physical limitation I had ever experienced. Behind me, the sound of branches breaking filled the air like gunshots. Whatever was pursuing me was large enough and strong enough to snap trees that would have stopped a charging bull. I dove behind the largest eucalyptus I could find, pressing my back against its rough bark and trying to control my ragged breathing. The breaking sounds had stopped, replaced by something far worse. Silence so complete it felt like the world had died around me. Carefully, I peered around the tree trunk. The creature stood motionless about 20 yards away, its head tilted at an angle that would have broken a human neck. It was listening, or perhaps smelling the air, searching for any sign of my location. Then it began to make sounds. A series of clicks emanated from its throat, rapid and rhythmic like some alien Morse code. Beneath the clicking, a low moan built in volume and intensity, rising and falling in a pattern that seemed almost like speech. But if it was communication, it was in no language meant for human ears. The creature began moving again, this time heading toward a dense thicket near the base of a hill. My curiosity, that fatal flaw that had gotten me into trouble countless times before, overrode my common sense. Despite every rational thought telling me to head straight back to the cabin, I found myself following at a distance. The trail it left was impossible to miss. Broken branches, deep gouges in the earth, and patches of that oily substance marked its passage like breadcrumbs leading into the heart of darkness itself. The creature led me to what could only be described as a den, though calling it that seemed inadequate for the horror I discovered. Carved into the hillside, partially natural cave and partially something that had been excavated by claws or tools, the opening yawned like a mouth ready to swallow the unwary. The creature had disappeared inside, leaving me alone at the entrance with a choice that would haunt me for the rest of my life. I could turn around, go back to the cabin, and try to convince myself that none of this was real. Or I could step into that darkness and finally learn the truth about what I had been seeing. Curiosity won, as I somehow knew it always would. The stench hit me like a physical blow as soon as I crossed the threshold. It was the smell from earlier, but concentrated to an almost unbearable degree. Decay, chemicals, and something else I couldn't identify but that made my lizard brain scream warnings about disease and death. As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, details began to emerge that turned my stomach and confirmed my worst fears. Bones were scattered across the floor of the cave, some clearly animal, but others that looked disturbingly human-like in their proportions. They had been gnawed and cracked, with marrow extracted in ways that spoke of both hunger and intelligence. But it was the collection of personal items that truly terrified me. Cell phones, wallets, jewelry, medication bottles, even articles of clothing were arranged around the cave's perimeter like trophies. Some looked recent, with screens still intact and leather still supple. Others appeared to have been there for months or even years, corroded and weathered by time and the cave's humid atmosphere. I picked up the nearest phone, hoping it might still have power for its flashlight function. The screen came to life immediately, and to my horror, music began blasting at full volume. The previous owner had left their media player running, and the sudden cacophony echoed through the cave like an alarm. I fumbled with the device, trying desperately to stop the sound, but it was too late. From somewhere deep in the cave's recesses came the sound of movement. Heavy, deliberate footsteps approached the main chamber where I stood, frozen in terror. The clicking sound filled the air again, closer now and more agitated than before. Beneath it, that inhuman moaning rose to a pitch that seemed to vibrate in my bones. I dropped to my hands and knees, crawling behind a pile of debris as the creature entered the chamber. In the dim light filtering through the cave entrance, I could see the creature more clearly than ever before. What I had thought might be some kind of diseased animal was something far worse. The proportions were wrong in every way, as if someone had tried to build a human from memory but had gotten all the details slightly off. Its movements were deliberate and intelligent as it searched the cave, checking each corner and crevice with the methodical precision of a hunter that knew its territory intimately. The clicking sounds it made seemed to serve as a kind of echolocation, allowing it to map the space around it even in near total darkness. I pressed myself deeper into my hiding spot, hardly daring to breathe as those red eyes swept the chamber. When they passed over my location, I felt a cold certainty that it knew exactly where I was and was simply choosing not to act immediately. Then, like a miracle sent from God himself, a beam of light pierced the cave entrance. Someone was outside with a powerful flashlight, calling out in a voice rough with years of tobacco use. The creature's head snapped toward the entrance, and in an instant, it was gone. Not fled, not hidden, but simply absent, as if it had never been there at all. The oppressive weight that had been crushing down on me lifted, and I could suddenly move again. I scrambled toward the entrance, bursting into the blessed darkness of night where an old man in ranger's clothes stood with his flashlight. He took one look at my condition, bloody, half-naked, and clearly traumatized, and asked what had happened. When I tried to explain, he held up a weathered hand to stop me. His eyes held a knowledge that chilled me even more than the creature had. He knew. He had seen others like me before, others who had encountered what lived in these hills. "You're not the first," he said simply, "and you won't be the last. But if you know what's good for you, you'll never speak of this to anyone official. The Rangers don't want to hear it, and the police sure as hell don't." He walked me back to the cabin where my parents were waiting with worry etched deep in their faces. They had been searching for me for hours, unable to understand how I had simply vanished from my bed. I told them I had gotten lost trying to find the bathroom outside, a lie that satisfied no one, but that we all agreed to accept. We left the next morning, cutting our vacation short by 3 days. During the drive home, I stared out the back window, watching Burrinjuke Dam shrink in the distance. I told myself I was safe now, that whatever lived in those hills couldn't follow us back to the city. But that night, Connor came into my room with fear in his eyes that I recognized all too well. "Riley," he whispered, "there's something outside my window." When we looked out into our suburban backyard, we saw nothing but the usual garden and fence. But I knew that didn't mean we were safe. Some things, once they have your scent, never stop hunting. The scratches on my chest took weeks to heal, but the memory of those red eyes burning in the darkness will stay with me forever. I still wake up some nights, certain I can smell that chemical sweet stench of decay, and I find myself checking and rechecking the locks on our doors and windows. They say curiosity killed the cat, but sometimes curiosity does worse than kill. Sometimes it shows you things that should stay hidden, things that prove the world is far stranger and more dangerous than we pretend it is. And sometimes those things follow you home. The forest around Pinewood Station had always been my sanctuary. After 4 years as a ranger, I'd grown accustomed to its moods. The way sunlight dappled through leaves in summer, how fog clung to the ground on autumn mornings, even the eerie stillness that descended during winter storms. But that night in early October, something felt fundamentally wrong about the place I'd come to love. I arrived for the night shift at 10 p.m., my boots crunching on the gravel parking lot as I approached the weathered cabin that served as our outpost. Rain had been threatening all day, and the air hung heavy with moisture and unease. Overhead, clouds obscured the stars, leaving only occasional glimpses of a waning moon that cast weak, shifting light across the clearing. "Evening, Will," I called out as I stepped through the door, shaking moisture from my jacket. The station's interior should have felt familiar and comforting. The worn wooden desk with its ancient radio equipment, the small kitchenette in the corner, the maps of Hollow Grove Wilderness area covering the walls. Instead, the space felt unnaturally confined, as if the walls had inched closer while I wasn't looking. Will glanced up from the logbook, his expression tense. "Hey, Nora, glad you're here. It's been quiet." Something in his tone made me pause. In our line of work, quiet usually meant good. No lost hikers, no forest fires, no trouble. But the way he said it suggested otherwise. "Anything I should know about?" I asked, hanging my jacket on the peg by the door. "Nothing concrete." Will closed the logbook with a deliberate movement. "Just a feeling. Been getting calls from campers in the north section. They keep reporting noises after dark. Voices that aren't quite voices. Movement at the edge of their campsites." I nodded slowly. "Probably just wildlife. Deer get pretty bold this time of year." That's what I told them. Will stood and gathered his things. "But keep your radio close tonight. I just can't shake this feeling that something's off." After Will left, I settled into the night's routine, checking weather reports, reviewing trail conditions, and monitoring the emergency frequency. Outside, the wind picked up, sending branches scratching against the station's roof like fingernails. I tried to focus on paperwork, but my attention kept drifting to the windows, now reflecting the interior lights like black mirrors. Around midnight, the radio crackled to life. "Pinewood, this is Tanner. You there, Nora?" The voice belonged to Stephanie, who was stationed at the eastern lookout. I reached for the handset. "Reading you, Tanner. Everything okay?" "Just checking in. Have you been outside in the last hour?" Her voice sounded oddly strained. "No, why?" A pause. "I thought I saw lights in the woods about half a mile from your position. Moving lights, like flashlights, but they weren't following any trail." I moved to the window, peering into the darkness. "Campers, maybe? Or poachers?" "Maybe." Another pause. But they were moving too, synchronized, like they knew exactly where they were going. I felt the first real stirring of unease. "Want me to check it out?" "No," she said quickly. "Just stay alert. Something doesn't feel right tonight." After signing off, I found myself unable to settle. The station suddenly felt too isolated, a tiny island of light in a vast ocean of darkness. I'd spent countless nights here alone, but never before had I felt so intensely watched. At 2 a.m., I decided to step outside for a routine perimeter check. The moment I opened the door, the forest's atmosphere hit me. A wall of cold, damp air carrying the scent of wet leaves and something else I couldn't identify. Something acrid and wrong. My flashlight cut a weak cone through the darkness as I walked the station's perimeter. Every sound seemed amplified, the crunch of leaves under my boots, the drip of moisture from branches, the distant call of an owl. Nothing looked out of place, yet I couldn't shake the sensation of eyes tracking my movement. Near the woodshed, my beam caught something unusual, a small arrangement of twigs on the ground, too deliberate to be natural. I crouched for a closer look. Someone had arranged thin branches in a crude star pattern, with what looked like animal bones placed at each point. A cold knot formed in my stomach. This was no random forest debris. Someone had been here, and recently. Back inside, I radioed Stephanie, describing what I'd found. "Don't touch it," she warned. "There've been reports of similar things near abandoned campsites. The district supervisor thinks it might be connected to some kind of local ritual, maybe kids messing around." "You don't sound convinced," I noted. "I'm not." Her voice dropped lower. "Hollow Grove has always had stories, Nora, long before it became a wilderness area. Indigenous people avoided certain parts of these woods. Early settlers reported strange disappearances." I swallowed hard. "You're not usually one for ghost stories." "It's not about ghosts," she replied. "It's about respect. Some places don't want us there. And I think something in these woods is making that very clear." After we signed off, I found myself checking the locks on the doors and windows, drawing the blinds tight. The wind had picked up again, and rain began to patter against the roof. I tried to concentrate on my reports, but every unexpected noise made me tense. Around 4 a.m., I heard it, a sound so subtle I might have missed it if I hadn't been so on edge. A soft scraping against the station's back wall, like someone dragging their fingers across the wooden siding. I froze, my pen hovering above half-completed paperwork. The scraping continued, moving slowly around the perimeter of the building. It wasn't random, it was methodical, as if someone was testing every inch of the structure for weakness. I grabbed my flashlight and service pistol, though regulation forbade using weapons, except in life-threatening situations. With my heart hammering against my ribs, I approached the window nearest to the sound. Carefully, I parted the blinds a fraction of an inch. At first, I saw nothing but darkness and the glistening surfaces of rain-soaked trees. Then, movement caught my eye. A figure stood at the edge of the clearing, just where the station's exterior light faded into shadow. It was tall and motionless, its features obscured by what looked like a hooded coat. Despite the pouring rain, it made no move for shelter, simply standing there, facing the station, watching. I let the blind fall back and retreated to the desk, radio in hand. But before I could call for backup, the lights flickered once, twice, and went out. The station plunged into darkness, broken only by the weak glow of emergency lights. In that moment of primal fear, with rain drumming on the roof and wind howling through the trees, I understood what the forest had been trying to tell me all along. We were not alone, and we were not welcome. Morning came with a fragile sense of relief. As sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting long rectangles across the station floor, I found myself questioning the events of the night. Had I really seen a figure standing in the rain, or had exhaustion played tricks on my mind? The power had returned around 5 a.m., a common occurrence during storms, and with it came the comforting hum of electricity and reason. My relief was short-lived. Just after 8 a.m., the door swung open, bringing a gust of cool air and Supervisor Howard, his face grim beneath his rain-speckled hat. "Rough night?" he asked, noticing my disheveled appearance. I nodded, pouring a second cup of coffee. Power went out, and there was someone outside the station. Howard's expression darkened. Someone? Not wildlife? Definitely human, I confirmed, describing the hooded figure and the strange arrangement of twigs I'd found. He sighed heavily, removing his hat. You're not the first to report something like this. We've had 3 similar incidents in the past month. Strange markings near trails, unauthorized persons after hours, equipment tampering. What do you think it is? I asked, watching his face carefully. Howard hesitated. Officially, probably just vandals or thrill seekers. The department doesn't want us spreading panic. He glanced at the door, then lowered his voice. Unofficially, I think we've got a problem, a serious one. He asked me to finish my shift report while he made some calls. As I typed, my mind kept returning to the figure in the rain. There had been something unnervingly patient about the way it stood there, as if time meant nothing to it. When Howard returned, he carried a dusty file box. I've been collecting information, he explained, setting it on the desk. Reports, local history, newspaper clippings, anything related to unusual occurrences in Hollow Grove. Inside the box were dozens of manila folders, each meticulously labeled with dates spanning decades. Howard pulled one out marked 1976-1982. 7 hikers disappeared during this period, he said, spreading photographs across the desk. All in the same 5-mile radius of the North Ridge. The official conclusion was that they got lost, succumbed to exposure, standard wilderness fatalities. But you don't believe that, I ventured. What I believe, Howard said carefully, is that the search teams found things they couldn't explain. Items arranged in patterns, strange markings on trees, and footprints that started and stopped impossibly, as if whoever made them had appeared and vanished mid-stride. He pulled out another folder labeled 1998. This is where it gets interesting. A graduate student doing research on local folklore interviewed elderly residents about Hollow Grove. Most of them refused to speak on record, but one man, a former logger named Roy Garrison, provided detailed accounts. Howard handed me a transcript. The pages were filled with Garrison's recollections of what the logging crews called the Watchers. Figures occasionally glimpsed among distant trees, always observing, never approaching. According to Garrison, the company had abandoned a particularly lucrative section of forest after 3 men vanished in 1 week. They found one of them, I read aloud from the transcript, or parts of him, arranged real careful like at the base of a big oak, like some kind of offering. The other 2, never a trace. The interview continued with Garrison's claims that the Watchers weren't supernatural but human, members of what he called the Grove, a secretive group that had inhabited the deep forest for generations, protecting territory they considered sacred. Do you think there's any truth to this? I asked, feeling a chill despite the station's warmth. Howard shrugged. I think these woods have secrets, and I think someone doesn't want us uncovering them. Throughout the day, rangers from other stations reported in. 2 mentioned finding similar twig arrangements near their outposts. Another described how his motion sensor cameras had been found neatly disassembled, the memory cards missing. Each incident on its own might have been dismissed as vandalism or wildlife interference. Together they formed a pattern that couldn't be ignored. By afternoon, the rain had stopped, and I joined Howard and 2 other rangers, Camilla and Ben, for a sweep of the area surrounding Pinewood Station. The forest felt different in daylight, less threatening but somehow more secretive, as if it had drawn a veil over the evidence of the previous night's disturbances. We found nothing at first. The ground was too wet to hold clear footprints, and the twig arrangement I'd seen had been scattered, whether by wind or deliberately I couldn't tell. Then Camilla called us over to the north side of the clearing. Half hidden beneath a fallen log was a small leather pouch, darkened with age and moisture. Howard carefully picked it up with a gloved hand and loosened the drawstring. Inside was a collection of objects that made little sense together. A rusted key, several small animal teeth, a tarnished coin with unfamiliar markings, and a folded piece of paper. Howard carefully unfolded the paper to reveal a crude map of Hollow Grove, with certain areas marked with symbols none of us recognized. "This is recent," he said, pointing to notations in the margin. "These are ranger station locations, including temporary outposts we only established last month." We exchanged uneasy glances. Someone had been monitoring our movements closely enough to create a detailed record of our presence in the forest. "We should report this," Ben suggested. Howard nodded slowly. "We will. But between us, I don't think we'll get much help. The department is focused on the upcoming tourist season. They don't want stories about strange occurrences scaring visitors away." "So what do?" I asked. "We watch," Howard replied grimly. "We document everything, and we stick together. No more solo night shifts until we figure out what we're dealing with." As we walked back to the station, I noticed something we'd all missed on our way out. A series of small marks carved into tree trunks, forming a line that led deeper into the forest. The marks were fresh, the exposed wood still pale against the dark bark. "It's a trail," Ben whispered. "They're leaving signs for each other." Howard studied the markings with a troubled expression. "They want us to know they're here, that this is their territory, not ours." "Or," Camilla suggested quietly, "they're leading us somewhere." The thought hung in the air between us, unsettling in its implications. Were we being invited to follow? And if so, to what end? Back at the station, Howard radioed headquarters to report our findings. The response was predictably bureaucratic. File the reports, bag the evidence, increase patrols. No additional resources, no investigation beyond our standard protocols. "They think we're overreacting," Howard said after ending the call, his frustration evident. "Maybe we are," Ben offered, though he didn't sound convinced. I thought about the figure I'd seen standing in the rain, so patient and still. "No," I said firmly. "Something's happening in these woods. Something organized and deliberate. And I think it's been happening for a long time." As twilight approached, bringing with it the promise of another long night, we prepared the station as if for a siege, checking equipment, securing windows, establishing a rotation so no one would be alone on watch. Despite our preparations, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were missing something crucial. The forest had been trying to tell us something, and if the pattern held, tonight we might finally hear its message, whether we wanted to or not. Night fell more quickly than seemed natural, as if darkness had been waiting impatiently at the forest's edge. The four of us, Howard, Camilla, Ben, and myself, gathered in the main room of Pinewood Station, our casual conversation failing to mask the tension that hummed between us like a live wire. Howard had insisted we maintain normal operations, though normal now included doubled patrols and strict buddy protocols. No one ventured outside alone, not even to check the generator or retrieve supplies from the shed. "Radio check every 30 minutes, Howard reminded us, adjusting his equipment. "Any sign of unusual activity, you report immediately. No heroics, no investigating on your own." The night shift began uneventfully. Ben and I took the first outdoor patrol, circling the station's immediate perimeter with flashlights that seemed inadequate against the pressing darkness. The forest sounds were typical. Wind through branches, the occasional rustle of nocturnal creatures, yet somehow amplified, as if the woods were holding its collective breath, and these small noises escaped despite its best efforts. "Do you feel that?" Ben whispered as we rounded the eastern corner of the station. I didn't need to ask what he meant. The sensation of being watched had returned, stronger than before. I swept my flashlight across the tree line, the beam catching nothing but ordinary foliage. "There's nothing there," I said, more to convince myself than Ben. "That we can see," he countered, his voice tight. We completed our circuit and returned inside, where Howard and Camilla were reviewing topographical maps of the area, marking locations of previous incidents. The pattern they'd identified formed a rough semicircle around the most remote sections of Hollow Grove. "It's like they're establishing a boundary," Howard observed, "pushing back against our presence in certain areas." Camilla pointed to several unmarked regions. "These parts haven't had any reported activity. They're also the most heavily trafficked by tourists and day hikers." "So they're avoiding public attention," I suggested. "Or," Ben added, "they only care about the deep forest. The places most people never go." The radio crackled, startling us all. It was Stephanie from the Eastern Lookout. "Pinewood, be advised. I'm tracking movement approximately 1 mile from your position, heading your way. Multiple heat signatures on the thermal." Howard grabbed the handset. "How many?" "At least 6, moving in formation. They're keeping to dense cover, avoiding clearings." "Can you identify?" Howard asked, though his expression suggested he already knew the answer. "Negative. But they're definitely human-sized, and they're moving with purpose." Howard instructed her to continue monitoring and to alert Forest Service headquarters. Then he turned to us, his decision already made. "Defensive positions. Camila, secure the communication equipment. Ben, check all entries. Nora, help me with the lights." We moved with practiced efficiency, dimming interior lights to reduce our visibility from outside while maintaining enough illumination to work. Howard and I covered windows with blackout material kept for emergency situations, leaving small gaps for observation. Through one such gap, I caught my first glimpse of them. Dark figures moving at the forest's edge, their forms seeming to blend with the shadows between trees. They made no attempt to conceal their presence now, standing just beyond the clearing that surrounded the station. "I count 8, Howard murmured, watching through binoculars. "All in dark clothing, some kind of hooded garments." "What are they doing?" Camilla asked, joining us at the window. "Waiting," I realized. Just like last night. For nearly an hour, the figures remained motionless, forming an irregular line among the trees. They made no attempt to approach the station, no threatening movements, yet their silent vigil felt more menacing than any overt aggression. "This is psychological," Ben whispered. "They're trying to wear us down." Howard nodded grimly. "Standard intimidation tactic. Create uncertainty, generate fear, force a mistake." "It's working," Camilla admitted. The radio crackled again. Stephanie's voice came through, tense but controlled. "Pinewood, I've lost visual on the group. They've moved into a blind spot. Headquarters is sending backup. ETA 40 minutes. Howard acknowledged the message, then turned to us. "They won't wait that long. Whatever they're planning, it'll happen soon." He was right. Moments later, the station's exterior sensors triggered, indicating movement near the western wall, the side opposite from where we'd been observing the watchers. "They've split up," Howard realized. "The ones we saw were a distraction." A sharp crack echoed through the station as something struck a window, not hard enough to break the glass, but with sufficient force to send a spiderweb of cracks across its surface. Then another window, and another, impacts coming from all sides in rapid succession. "They're testing our defenses," Howard said, his voice steady despite the escalating situation. "Stay calm, stay together." The impacts continued for several minutes, then stopped as suddenly as they had begun. The silence that followed was somehow worse, thick with anticipation and dread. Then came a new sound, a soft, rhythmic tapping against the station's walls, like dozens of fingers drumming in unison. It created a disorienting effect, making it impossible to determine how many individuals surrounded us or where exactly they were positioned. "What are they doing?" Ben hissed, his earlier composure beginning to fray. I moved to a different window, careful to stay in shadow, and peered through a narrow gap in the covering. What I saw made my stomach clench. The figures had moved closer, now standing at the very edge of the clearing. Each held what appeared to be a long stick, which they used to tap against trees, rocks, and occasionally the ground itself. The rhythm was complex but coordinated, creating a pattern that seemed almost like a form of communication. "I think they're sending a message," I whispered. Howard joined me at the window. "To us? Or to each other?" "I don't know, but listen. It's changing." The rhythm had indeed shifted, becoming faster and more insistent. As it did, the figures began to move, not toward the station as I had feared, but in a circular pattern around the clearing. Their movements were fluid and practiced, like performers in a well-rehearsed ritual. Suddenly, the tapping stopped. In the abrupt silence, a single figure stepped forward from the tree line, taller than the others, its hooded face directed toward the station with unnerving precision. It raised both arms, and in its hands was an object that caught the faint moonlight. A small, intricate construction of twigs and bones similar to what I'd found the previous night, but larger and more complex. The figure placed the object on the ground at the clearing's edge, then stepped back. One by one, the other watchers did the same, creating a circle of these strange totems around the station. "What is this?" Camilla whispered. "Some kind of boundary?" "Or a message," I suggested, remembering the arranged twigs I'd found. "A warning." The last totem placed, the figures retreated to the forest's edge. For a moment they stood motionless again, a silent semicircle of shadowed forms. Then, with a synchronicity that sent chills through me, they turned and vanished into the darkness of the trees. We remained at our posts, tense and alert, but the watchers did not return. When backup finally arrived, the clearing was empty save for the circle of totems, each one pointing toward the station like an accusing finger. The Forest Service officers were skeptical, despite the physical evidence. They collected the totems for analysis, took statements, and promised increased patrols, but I could see in their eyes that they didn't fully believe our accounts. To them, this was probably just another case of harassment by environmental activists or local troublemakers. But I knew better. We all did. What we had witnessed was something older and more organized than simple vandalism. The precision of their movements, the ritualistic nature of their actions. These spoke of tradition and purpose. As dawn broke over Hollow Grove, casting long shadows across the clearing, I stood at the station window and gazed into the awakening forest. Somewhere beyond those trees, the watchers were waiting, and I couldn't shake the feeling that last night had been merely a prologue, the opening move in a game whose rules and stakes we did not yet understand. The department's official response to the night's events was predictably inadequate. 2 additional rangers were assigned to Pinewood Station, and patrols throughout Hollow Grove were increased. But the underlying message from headquarters was clear. This was a security matter, not the beginning of some forest conspiracy. "They think we're exaggerating," Howard said bitterly after a tense call with regional management. "Or worse, that we panicked over some kids playing pranks." "Kids don't move like that," Ben countered. "What we saw was organized, disciplined." I nodded in agreement, remembering the fluid, almost ceremonial way the watchers had moved. There was purpose behind it, like they were following a script they'd rehearsed many times before. Howard spread a map across the station's main table. "I've been comparing our incident with historical reports. There's a pattern emerging." He pointed to several marked locations. "Every major encounter with these watchers has occurred within a 5-mile radius of this area." We all leaned in to look. The area Howard indicated was one of the most remote sections of Hollow Grove, a densely forested valley surrounded by steep ridges. According to the map, it contained no trails, no campsites, no infrastructure of any kind. "What's there?" I asked. "Officially, nothing of interest." Howard's finger traced the valley's outline. But local history tells a different story. This valley was considered sacred ground by indigenous peoples. Later, early settlers avoided it completely. There are journal entries describing it as a place where the forest itself seems hostile to human presence. "That's not very scientific," Ben remarked. Maybe not, Howard conceded. But there's something else. In the 1930s, a geological survey team went missing while mapping this area. When a search party finally found them weeks later, the survivors were changed. Their reports described people who weren't people living deep in the valley, practicing rituals that defied natural law. Survivors? Camilla asked. How many didn't make it? 3 out of 5 died before they were found. Official cause was exposure and malnutrition. But the autopsy notes mentioned unusual markings on their bodies, precise patterns of shallow cuts that didn't match any known animal or environmental cause. A heavy silence fell over the room as we absorbed this information. What Howard was suggesting went beyond troublemakers or environmental extremists. He was talking about something persistent and organized that had existed in these woods for generations. So what do we do? I finally asked. Howard folded the map deliberately. We go in. A small team, minimal equipment, no official sanction. We find out what's in that valley. That's not protocol, Ben objected, though without much conviction. Protocol hasn't gotten us anywhere, Howard replied. If the department won't take this seriously, we need to gather evidence they can't ignore. The plan was simple, if reckless. Howard, Camilla, and I would venture into the unmapped valley while Ben maintained our cover at the station, reporting our position as conducting routine maintenance on remote trail markers. We would carry only essential gear, enough for 3 days in the field, and maintain radio contact when possible, though the valley's topography would likely limit transmission. We set out at dawn the following day, taking a little used maintenance trail before veering off into trackless forest. The early morning light filtered through the canopy, creating dappled patterns that shifted with each breeze. Under different circumstances, it might have been beautiful. As we hiked deeper into Hollow Grove, the forest gradually changed. The trees grew older and more massive, their gnarled trunks covered in thick moss. The undergrowth became sparser, allowing us to move more quietly, but also eliminating cover. If anyone, or anything, was watching, we would be easily spotted. By midday, we reached the ridge overlooking the valley. From our vantage point, it appeared unremarkable, a sea of green stretching to distant slopes, broken occasionally by rock formations and what might have been small clearings. Doesn't look like much, Camilla observed, lowering her binoculars. That's the point, Howard replied. The perfect hiding place is one that doesn't look worth finding. The descent into the valley was arduous. The slope steep and treacherous with loose rocks and exposed roots. Several times we had to backtrack to find passable routes. It was as if the landscape itself was reluctant to grant us entry. When we finally reached level ground, the character of the forest changed again. The trees here were different. Older varieties I didn't recognize, with smooth, pale bark and branches that grew in unnatural formations, almost like deliberate sculptures. The air felt heavier, rich with the scent of decay and something else, an acrid undertone that reminded me of smoke, though we saw no evidence of recent fires. "Check this out," Camilla called softly from several yards ahead. She stood before a massive oak, its trunk wider than all 3 of us with arms outstretched. Carved into its bark was a symbol, a complex spiral pattern surrounding what looked like a stylized eye. "It's old," Howard said, running his fingers over the carving. "The bark has grown around parts of it, but some sections have been recently refreshed." "A boundary marker?" I suggested. Howard nodded slowly. "I think we've just entered their territory." We continued with heightened caution, moving as quietly as possible through the increasingly strange forest. The usual woodland sounds, birdsong, rustling leaves, the occasional scurry of small animals, had diminished to near silence. The only constant was a soft, persistent wind that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, carrying whispers just below the threshold of comprehension. Late in the afternoon, we found the first clear evidence of human presence. A narrow path worn through the undergrowth, too regular to be an animal trail. It wound between trees, occasionally marked with small piles of stones or sticks arranged in patterns similar to the totems we'd seen at the station. "Should we follow it?" I asked, eyeing the path with apprehension. Howard hesitated, which was unusual for him. "Yes, but we maintain distance. If this leads to their camp or settlement, we observe only. No contact." The path led us deeper into the valley, gradually descending toward what our map indicated might be a water source. As we walked, I became increasingly aware of subtle changes in our surroundings. Trees with bark stripped in precise patterns, small clearings where the ground had been swept clean of debris, and occasionally, objects hanging from branches. Bundles of feathers, small bones, tarnished metal pieces strung together to create wind chimes that produce discordant notes. "This isn't random," Camilla whispered. "These are markers of some kind. A system. Or a language," I suggested, remembering the rhythmic tapping from the night before. The path eventually opened into a larger clearing dominated by a massive stone formation, a natural outcropping that had been augmented with carefully placed smaller stones to create what appeared to be an altar or platform. The ground around it was bare earth, packed hard by frequent use. "This is a gathering place," Howard said, his voice hushed with both awe and unease. "Look at the wear patterns. People stand here regularly, in formation." We approached cautiously. The stone platform bore markings similar to those we'd seen on trees, but more elaborate. Concentric circles, spiraling lines, and what might have been crude representations of human figures, all deeply carved into the rock surface. "This is old," Howard murmured, tracing one of the carvings. "Centuries, maybe more." "But maintained," Camilla added, pointing to fresher tool marks in certain areas. I circled the platform, studying the ground. There have been fires here recently, multiple small ones arranged in a pattern around the central stone. Howard was about to respond when a sharp crack echoed through the clearing, the unmistakable sound of a branch breaking under weight. We froze, scanning the surrounding forest edge. Nothing moved. The forest had gone completely silent, even the persistent wind dying away to leave an unnatural stillness. "We need to go," Howard whispered. "Now." We retreated the way we had come, moving as quietly as possible while maintaining a brisk pace. The sensation of being watched was overwhelming now, a physical pressure that made the hair on my neck stand on end. Another sound reached us, a soft, rhythmic tapping, similar to what we'd heard at the station but more complex, coming from multiple directions at once. It seemed to follow us, always just out of sight beyond the trees. "They're tracking us," Camilla hissed, using the sound to coordinate. We increased our pace, abandoning stealth for speed. The path we'd followed earlier seemed to have shifted somehow, landmarks I'd noted on our approach now out of place or missing entirely. Either we had become disoriented, or the forest itself was changing around us. As twilight approached, casting long shadows that seemed to reach for us like grasping hands, we realized we were lost. The ridge that should have been visible to our east was nowhere in sight, and our compass readings made no sense, the needle spinning erratically when we tried to establish direction. "This isn't possible," I muttered, shaking the compass in frustration. "We need to find high ground," Howard decided. "Get our bearings before full dark." We veered toward what appeared to be a slight rise, hoping for a view above the canopy. The tapping had stopped, which somehow felt more threatening than its presence. The silence was expectant, as if the forest was holding its breath. The rise turned out to be the edge of a small ravine, its far side rising steeply to form a natural wall. At the ravine's bottom, partially hidden by fallen logs and decades of leaf litter, was a structure, the remnants of a cabin or shelter, its timber frame still standing though the roof had long since collapsed. "That's not on any map," Howard said, staring at the ruin. "Looks old," Camilla observed. "Trapper's cabin, maybe?" We descended carefully into the ravine, approaching the structure with caution. Up close, it was larger than it had appeared from above. Not a simple cabin, but a more substantial building. Its construction unlike the utilitarian shelters typically found in these woods. The timbers were massive and joined with unusual precision, some bearing faded carvings similar to those we'd seen on trees and rocks. This was theirs, I realized. The Watchers, or whoever came before them. Howard nodded slowly. An outpost, maybe, or a temple of some kind. Inside the ruined structure, the ground was surprisingly clear of debris, as if it had been recently swept. In the center was a fire pit, ringed with stones arranged in the now familiar spiral pattern. Beside it lay a collection of objects that made us all pause. Modern items including a Ranger Service radio, a digital camera with its casing removed, and several pieces of hiking equipment, all partially disassembled. "These are from recent visitors," Howard said, examining a boot with its sole meticulously separated from the upper. "They're studying our technology." "But why take it apart like this?" Camilla wondered. "To understand how it works," I suggested. "How we work." As I spoke, my flashlight beam caught something on the far wall, a series of markings that didn't match the carvings we'd seen elsewhere. Moving closer, I realized with a jolt that they were photographs. Dozens of them, pinned to the timber with small wooden spikes. They showed rangers, campers, maintenance workers, all people who had entered Hollow Grove over what appeared to be years or even decades, based on the clothing styles and equipment visible in the images. Some photos were recent enough that I recognized the subjects, colleagues from other stations, hikers who had passed through our checkpoint. And among them, pinned centrally as if of special importance, were pictures of us. Howard checking equipment outside Pinewood Station. Camilla on patrol along the eastern ridge. Me, standing at the station window, looking out into the forest. Taken, I realized with a chill, on the night I'd first sensed something watching. "They've been monitoring us all along," Howard whispered. "Learning our patterns, our weaknesses." "Why?" Camilla asked, her voice tight with fear. Before anyone could respond, a sound reached us from outside, the now familiar tapping, but louder and faster than before, coming from all directions at once. With it came voices, low and guttural, speaking words I couldn't understand, but which carried unmistakable purpose and authority. We extinguished our lights immediately, crouching in the darkness of the ruined structure. Through gaps in the timber walls I could see movement. Figures approaching through the gathering darkness, some carrying what appeared to be torches that cast wavering light across the ravine floor. "We're surrounded," Howard breathed, barely audible. The tapping grew louder, more insistent. The figures drew closer, their forms becoming visible in the torchlight. Tall, wrapped in dark garments that seemed to absorb rather than reflect light, their faces obscured by deep hoods. They moved with the same fluid coordination we had witnessed at the station, but here, in what was clearly their domain, there was an added confidence to their movements, a certainty that spoke of absolute control. As they formed a circle around the ruined structure, their tapping reached a crescendo, then stopped abruptly. In the sudden silence, a single figure stepped forward, taller than the rest, its hooded face turning slowly as if scanning the building's interior. Though I couldn't see its eyes, I felt the moment its gaze found me, a sensation like ice water flooding my veins. It raised one hand, and in a voice that seemed to resonate from the earth itself, spoke a single word I somehow understood despite its strangeness. "Come." Time seemed to stretch and distort in the moments that followed. Howard motioned for us to stay hidden, his expression grim but resolute. Outside, the Watchers remained in their perfect circle, torchlight casting their elongated shadows across the ravine floor. The leader who had spoken stood motionless, hand still raised, waiting. "Options?" Camilla whispered, her voice barely audible. Howard glanced around the ruined structure, assessing our position. "Two choices. We stay and hope they leave, or we make a break for it while we still have some visibility." They know we're here, I pointed out. They've been tracking us all day. And they could have ambushed us at any point, Camilla added. But they waited until we found this place. Why? The realization dawned on me slowly. Because they wanted us to see it. The photographs, the dismantled equipment. It's a message. Howard nodded grimly. A demonstration of how much they know about us. About our world. So what do we do? Camilla pressed. Howard was silent for a long moment, weighing invisible options. Finally, he straightened. We talk to them. That's insane, Camilla hissed. Is it? Howard countered. They've had multiple opportunities to harm us, at the station, on the trail, here, but they haven't. They're communicating, in their way. And if you're wrong? I asked. Howard's smile was tight. Then you two run while I create a diversion. Before we could object, he moved toward the entrance, stepping into the open doorway where he would be visible to those outside. I followed close behind, unwilling to let him face this alone. After a moment's hesitation, Camilla joined us. The watchers remained motionless as we emerged, their faces hidden in the shadows of their hoods. Only the leader moved, lowering its outstretched hand and taking a single step forward. We mean no harm, Howard said, his voice steady despite the tension I could feel radiating from him. We're forest rangers. We protect these woods, just as you seem to. The leader tilted its head slightly, a disconcertingly human gesture that somehow emphasized how inhuman the rest of its bearing was. When it spoke again, the words were in English, though heavily accented with sounds I couldn't place. You protect nothing, it said. You bring the destroyers, the takers, the blind ones who see trees as lumber and rivers as sewers. Howard shook his head. That's not true. Our job is conservation, preservation. Your job, the figure interrupted, is to manage, to control, to tame what should remain wild. It gestured toward the forest around us. This place has guardians already. It has had them since before your kind built cities of stone and steel. Who are you? I asked, unable to contain my curiosity despite the danger. The figure turned toward me, and though I couldn't see its face, I felt its attention like a physical weight. We are the Grove, it replied simply. We have always been the Grove. The Sacred Valley, Howard murmured. The place settlers avoided. They were wiser than you, the figure said. They knew when to respect boundaries. Camilla stepped forward slightly. The totems at our station, the markings on trees. They're warnings, aren't they? Boundaries we shouldn't cross. Yes. The figure gestured, and one of the others approached, carrying something wrapped in dark cloth. For generations, we have marked the borders of our domain. For generations, your kind has ignored them. The second figure unwrapped the cloth, revealing a collection of small objects. Park service badges, camera lenses, fragments of scientific equipment. Artifacts from those who had ventured too deep into Hollow Grove and never returned. These belonged to people, Howard said, his voice hardening. People who disappeared in these woods. People who trespassed, the leader corrected. Who came with machines and chemicals and fire, who sought to measure and sample and categorize what cannot be understood through your science. And you killed them for that? I asked, horror rising in my throat. The figure was silent for a moment. Some died. Others were sent away. A few understood and joined us. It gestured to the surrounding watchers. We are not all born to the Grove. Some are chosen. The implications of this statement sent a chill through me. I studied the circle of hooded figures more carefully, wondering how many had once been hikers, researchers, or rangers who had ventured into these woods and never emerged. What do you want from us? Howard asked, cutting to the heart of the matter. What we have always wanted, the leader replied. Distance, respect. The recognition that some places in this world are not meant for your kind's expansion and exploitation. It gestured toward the ravine's edge. Beyond that ridge lies our true domain, the heart of the hollow. For centuries we have protected it from those who would destroy it through ignorance or greed. We will continue to do so. By terrorizing rangers? Camilla challenged. By hanging totems and stalking our stations? By whatever means necessary, the figure replied without hesitation. Your presence has expanded. Your trails and campsites encroach further each season. The machines you bring grow louder, more numerous. The visitors you guide leave trash and scars upon the land. That's not fair, I objected. We work to minimize impact, to educate visitors. It is not enough, the leader interrupted, its voice rising for the first time. It will never be enough so long as your kind views these woods as a resource to be managed rather than a power to be respected. Howard stepped forward, his hands open in a gesture of conciliation. Then help us understand. Show us what you're protecting. Maybe there's middle ground, a way for both our groups to coexist. The leader was motionless for a long moment, the torchlight reflecting off its hooded form in strange patterns. Then it turned and conferred briefly with several others, their voices too low for us to hear. When it faced us again, its posture had changed subtly, less threatening, though no less imposing. One of you may see, it declared, one witness to carry our message back to your people. Howard immediately stepped forward. I'll go. The leader shook its head. Not you. The leader stays as surety for the witness's return. It pointed directly at me. That one. She has eyes that see beyond surfaces. I felt my companions' stares, their surprise matching my own. Why me? You sensed us first, the figure said simply. You heard the forest's warning when others were deaf to it. Howard gripped my arm. You don't have to do this. I met his gaze, seeing the concern there, but also understanding. This was why we had come. To learn, to understand what we were facing. And now I was being offered a glimpse behind the veil. I'll be fine, I told him, with more confidence than I felt. Keep the radio channel open. I'll report what I can. Howard nodded reluctantly, then turned to the leader. If she's harmed in any way, she will be returned as she came, the figure interrupted. Provided she obeys our conditions. She may bring no tools, no weapons, no devices. Only herself and her senses. I surrendered my equipment, radio, flashlight, knife, even my watch, keeping only my clothing. As I prepared to follow the leader, Camilla caught my hand. Be careful, she whispered, and remember everything. The leader turned without further discussion and began walking toward the ravine's far side. Two other figures fell in beside me, not touching but close enough to intervene if I tried to flee. The rest remained in their circle around Howard and Camilla. We climbed the ravine's steep wall, using narrow ledges I hadn't noticed during our descent. At the top, the forest changed again, the trees growing impossibly large and ancient, their massive trunks wider than houses, their canopies forming a cathedral-like space high above. The ground beneath them was largely clear of undergrowth, covered instead with a carpet of moss that glowed faintly with bioluminescent organisms. The natural light was sufficient that even without my flashlight, I could see our path clearly, a winding route between the giant trees, marked occasionally with the now familiar spiral symbols carved into bark or stone. What are these markings? I asked, breaking the silence that had fallen over our small procession. The leader glanced back. They are words in a language older than speech. They tell those who can read them about the power that flows through this place. Power? You mean like spiritual energy? A sound emerged from beneath the hood, something between a laugh and a sigh. Your kind always needs labels, categories, spiritual, scientific, natural, supernatural. The boundaries you create do not exist in reality. We walked in silence after that, the distance impossible to gauge in the strange twilight forest. Time seemed to flow differently here, minutes stretching or contracting unpredictably. I focused on memorizing landmarks, trying to maintain some sense of direction, but the landscape defied such efforts. Trees that should have been behind us appeared ahead. Clearings we crossed seemed to circle back on themselves. Finally, we emerged at the edge of a vast depression in the earth, a natural amphitheater nearly half a mile across. At its center stood a formation that defied immediate comprehension. A circle of massive standing stones, each carved with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and change as I watched. Between them grew what appeared to be a single enormous tree, its multiple trunks twisting around each other to form a central column before spreading into a canopy that covered the entire circle. "The heart," the leader said simply, gesturing toward the formation. "What is it?" I asked, unable to tear my eyes away. "It is the oldest living thing in this forest, perhaps in this part of the world. It was ancient when the first humans came to these lands. It has witnessed the rise and fall of nations, the changing of the earth itself." As we descended into the amphitheater, I became aware of subtle details I hadn't noticed from above. Smaller stones arranged in patterns radiating outward from the central circle, areas where the ground had been carefully shaped to form terraces, and most surprisingly, evidence of habitation. Structures were built into the landscape so seamlessly that they were nearly invisible until we were upon them. Dwellings formed from living trees bent and shaped over generations, their interiors illuminated by the same bioluminescent moss that lit our path. People moved among these dwellings, actual people, not the hooded figures who had escorted me. They wore simple clothing of leather and woven plant fibers, and they paused in their activities to watch our approach with expressions ranging from curiosity to outright hostility. "Your community," I said, understanding dawning. "You live here permanently." The leader nodded. "For countless generations, we are the grove's caretakers and its defenders." "And the hooded figures? The watchers?" "Our guardians, those who patrol the boundaries and enforce our separation from the outside world." We approached the central tree, and up close, its scale was even more overwhelming. The combined trunks at its base must have been 30 feet in diameter, the bark deeply furrowed and covered in places with the spiral carvings I'd seen throughout the forest. "Why show me this?" I asked, turning to the leader. It reached up and, for the first time, lowered its hood. The face revealed was surprisingly ordinary, human, weathered by age and elements, with deep lines around the eyes and mouth that spoke of both hardship and laughter. An elderly woman with silver-white hair tied in complex braids gazed back at me, her eyes a startling amber color that reflected the bioluminescent light around us. "Because you must understand what you threaten," she said, her voice clearer now without the hood's muffling effect. "This is not just a place. It is a living system, one that has existed in balance for millennia. The heart regulates the entire forest, its water, its soil, the very air you breathe." She gestured toward the standing stones. "These were placed by our ancestors when they first found this valley and recognized its importance. They channel and direct the energy that flows from the heart, distributing it throughout Hollow Grove and beyond." "Energy?" I repeated, skepticism creeping into my voice despite the wonders around me. The woman's expression hardened slightly. "Call it what you will. Life force, biological field. The name matters less than the reality." She touched the massive trunk beside us. "This organism produces compounds found nowhere else on Earth. It purifies water, enriches soil, generates airborne spores that protect surrounding plants from disease." "You're saying it's some kind of super tree? A biological anomaly?" "I'm saying it's the keystone of an ecosystem your science barely comprehends." She pointed toward the forest beyond the amphitheater. "Your logging operations to the north have already damaged some of its root system. Your campgrounds to the east bring hundreds of feet that compact the soil and disrupt fungal networks. The chemicals visitors leave behind, sunscreen, insect repellent, cleaning products, accumulate in the watershed. I thought of the environmental impact studies the Forest Service conducted, the conservation efforts we prided ourselves on. We try to minimize. You cannot minimize what you do not understand, she interrupted. Your people see individual trees, individual species. You miss the connections, the relationships, the whole. She led me around the massive trunk to where a section of bark had been damaged, revealing the wood beneath. Unlike any tree I'd seen, the exposed layers pulsed with faint light, a rhythmic illumination like a heartbeat. It is dying, she said simply. Slowly, but inevitably, unless the encroachment stops. And if it dies? I asked, though I suspected I knew the answer. Then Hollow Grove dies with it. The water turns toxic, the soil sterile, the air filled with pathogens usually kept in check. And then the decay spreads beyond the forest, to the farmlands, the towns, the cities that depend on the watershed. I stared at the pulsing light within the ancient tree, trying to process the implications. Why not tell someone, scientists, researchers, people who could study it, protect it properly? Her laugh was bitter. We have tried. Over generations, we have revealed ourselves to those we thought might understand. Some listened, but more sought to take samples, specimens, knowledge they could use for their own purposes. And those who believed us were dismissed as superstitious or insane by your authorities. She gestured toward the community around us. So we withdrew, protected what we could, became the Grove's defenders when no one else would stand for it. The missing hikers, I said. The researchers who disappeared. Those who would not listen to warnings. Her expression was unapologetic. We did what was necessary to protect something far larger than individual lives. I wanted to argue, to defend the principles of conservation and managed protection that had guided my career. But standing in this hidden valley, faced with evidence of an ecosystem far more complex than anything in our textbooks, my certainty wavered. What do you want from me? I asked finally. From the Forest Service? Retreat, she said simply. Abandon the new trails being cut into the northern ridges. Remove the campgrounds from the eastern watershed. Establish a true conservation zone, not for human recreation, but for the forest itself. That's a lot to ask. There are policies, regulations. There is survival, she interrupted. Yours as well as ours. She gestured toward the living community around us. We have protected the heart for generations. We will continue to do so, by any means necessary. But the pressure increases each year. The damage spreads. We cannot hold back the tide of your world forever. She fixed me with those amber eyes, their intensity almost physical. You asked to understand. Now you do. The choice of what happens next lies with you and your people. As the implications of her words sank in, I realized the magnitude of what I'd been shown, and the responsibility that came with it. I was being asked to carry a message that would be difficult for many to believe, much less act upon. Yet the evidence surrounded me, undeniable in its alien wonder. I'll try, I promised, but I can't guarantee anyone will listen. Then make them listen, she replied, her voice hard as stone. Because if they don't, what comes next will not be warnings or demonstrations. She gestured toward the heart. It will be the Grove defending itself in ways your world is not prepared to face. With those words hanging between us, she raised her hood once more, transforming back into the otherworldly figure that had led me through the forest. Around us, the community had gathered, watching in silence, their faces showing the same resolve I saw in their leader's posture. It is time for you to return, she said, to carry our message. As we began the journey back through the ancient forest, I felt the weight of what I'd witnessed pressing down on me like a physical burden. I had come seeking answers about the Watchers in the woods and found something far more profound, a hidden world within our world. A community with an unbroken connection to the land that made our own conservation efforts seem shallow and superficial by comparison. And with that knowledge came a terrible question. When I returned to my own people, what would I tell them? And more importantly, would they listen before it was too late? The return journey passed in a blur of twisted paths and shifting shadows. My escort, the leader and two silent guardians, moved with practiced efficiency through terrain that would have left me hopelessly lost had I been alone. Despite my best efforts to memorize landmarks, the forest seemed to reconfigure itself around us, familiar features appearing in unexpected places or vanishing altogether. We reached the ravine as dawn broke, pale light filtering through the canopy to cast long shadows across the forest floor. Howard and Camilla waited where we had left them, tense and alert, their faces showing equal measures of relief and concern when they spotted me descending the ravine wall. "Are you all right?" Howard asked immediately, scanning me for injuries. I nodded, though "all right" hardly captured my mental state. "I'm unharmed, but we need to talk, privately." The leader of the grove stepped forward, addressing Howard directly. "Your witness has seen what few outsiders ever have. She carries our message and our warning. The choice of what follows rests with your people." Howard's expression remained carefully neutral. "And if we choose cooperation? If we listen to your concerns? Then perhaps there can be peace between the grove and your kind." The leader's voice revealed nothing of the woman I had glimpsed beneath the hood. "But know this. We have protected our domain for centuries against threats far greater than your Forest Service. We will continue to do so, regardless of your decision." With that pronouncement, she stepped back, and the watchers began to disperse, melting into the forest with uncanny silence until only the leader remained. 3 days, she said. "We will await your response for 3 days. After that, we will act as we must." Then she too was gone, vanishing among the trees as if she had never been. For a long moment, we stood in silence, processing what had just occurred. Then Camilla broke the spell. "What happened? What did you see?" I hesitated, suddenly aware of how incredible my experience would sound. "It's complicated. We need to get back to the station first. Document everything while it's fresh." Howard studied my face. "You saw something that changed your perspective?" It wasn't a question, but I nodded anyway. "Everything we thought we knew about Hollow Grove, it's just the surface. There's a whole world beneath that we've been blind to." We gathered our equipment and began the journey back, moving with greater urgency than before. As we hiked, I shared fragments of what I had witnessed: the hidden community, the ancient tree they called the Heart, the ecological system they had protected for generations. Howard and Camilla listened without interruption, though I could see the skepticism in their expressions. "I know how it sounds," I acknowledged as we paused to rest near a stream. "If I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't believe it either." "It's not that we don't believe you," Camilla said carefully. "It's just hard to reconcile with what we know about forest ecosystems." "That's exactly the point," I insisted. "Our knowledge is incomplete. The Grove has been studying these woods for generations, living in harmony with systems we're only beginning to understand scientifically." Howard had been quiet, processing the information methodically. "If what you saw is real, and I'm not saying it isn't, it represents a conservation challenge unlike anything the department has faced before." "More than a challenge," I corrected. "An ultimatum. They want us to abandon the northern trails, remove the eastern campgrounds, create a true conservation zone around their territory." "That's not going to happen," Camilla said flatly. "Those projects represent millions in funding and years of planning. The department won't just scrap them because of a threat from forest dwellers, no matter how ancient their claim." Howard's expression was troubled. "And if we don't comply, these watchers will what? Continue harassing our stations, Sabotaging equipment? I remembered the amber-eyed woman's final warning. I think it would be worse than that. Much worse. We reached Pinewood Station late that afternoon, exhausted and strained. Word of our unauthorized expedition had reached headquarters, and a district supervisor was waiting for us, his government-issue SUV parked prominently in front of the station. 3 Rangers missing for nearly 24 hours. Supervisor Davidson greeted us, his voice tight with anger. No authorized expedition plan, no proper check-ins, just a vague message about trail maintenance that no one believed. Do you have any idea of the resources we've wasted searching for you? Howard stepped forward, taking responsibility. It was my decision, sir. I'll accept whatever disciplinary action is appropriate, but we have information that couldn't wait for official channels. Davidson's expression didn't soften. This better be good, Howard. Your reputation only carries so much weight. Inside the station, we laid out everything we had learned. The evidence we'd gathered, the photographs of totems and markings, and my account of what I'd witnessed in the Hidden Valley. As I spoke, Davidson's expression shifted from skepticism to outright disbelief. Let me get this straight, he interrupted, holding up a hand. You're claiming there's a secret community living in an unmapped valley, protecting a magical tree that somehow controls the entire ecosystem of Hollow Grove. Not magical, I corrected. Biological. A keystone species with properties we haven't cataloged or understood. And these Grove people, Davidson continued, his tone making it clear what he thought of the term, have been here for centuries, occasionally abducting hikers and researchers who venture too close to their territory. Howard stepped in. The evidence supports it, sir. The pattern of disappearances over decades, the consistent reports of hooded figures, the territorial markings, it all fits. Davidson leaned back, studying us with a mixture of disappointment and concern. What fits is that you 3 have let forest legends and isolation affect your judgment. These watchers are almost certainly eco-activists, or possibly a local cult using intimidation tactics to scare people away from parts of the forest. With all due respect, sir, I pressed, what I saw goes beyond anything activists could fabricate. The community, the modified ecosystem, the biological anomalies, these require generations of presence and knowledge. What you think you saw, Davidson corrected. After hiking miles through difficult terrain with minimal rest, under significant stress. The human mind is remarkably good at finding patterns and creating narratives, especially in unfamiliar environments. His dismissal stung, but it wasn't unexpected. How could anyone believe such an account without seeing what I had seen? What about their ultimatum? Camilla asked. Whether you believe their claims or not, they've made a clear threat. 3 days before they take action against the northern trails and eastern campgrounds. Davidson's expression hardened. Threats against federal land and facilities are a criminal matter. I'm bringing in law enforcement specialists and additional security personnel. If these watchers show themselves again, they'll be apprehended and prosecuted. That's exactly the wrong approach, I argued. Escalation will only provoke them. They've been defending their territory for generations. They won't back down because we bring in more rangers with guns. That's enough, Davidson snapped. You 3 are on administrative leave pending psychological evaluation. I'm bringing in a replacement team for Pinewood Station effective immediately. Howard stood, his posture rigid with suppressed anger. You're making a mistake, sir. At least send a scientific team to investigate the valley. If Nora's wrong, no harm done. If she's right, we could be facing an ecological discovery of unprecedented importance. For a moment, Davidson seemed to consider this. Then he shook his head. The department's resources are already stretched thin. I'm not diverting a research team based on campfire stories and stress-induced hallucinations. With that dismissal, the meeting effectively ended. Davidson instructed us to pack our personal belongings and report to regional headquarters the following morning for debriefing. As we gathered our things, the reality of our failure settled over me like a physical weight. He's not going to do anything, is he? I asked Howard as we stood in the station's back room, away from Davidson's hearing. Howard's expression was grim. Not what needs to be done. He'll increase security, maybe send some rangers to check the areas we mentioned, but he won't take the Grove's warning seriously. So what do we do? Camilla asked, her earlier skepticism now tempered by concern. Howard was silent for a long moment. We have 3 days, he finally said. 3 days to find someone who will listen. That night, in a motel on the outskirts of the nearest town, we gathered in Howard's room to form a plan. The administrative leave that was meant to silence us had instead freed us to act without official constraints. We need evidence, Howard began, spreading a map across the bed. Something concrete that even Davidson can't dismiss. The photographs from the ruined structure, Camilla suggested. The ones showing they've been watching rangers and visitors for years. I shook my head. We didn't retrieve any, and even if we had, Davidson would just say they were taken by ordinary people, activists or cultists, not some ancient forest community. What about the heart? Howard asked. You said it had unique biological properties. If we could get samples, have them analyzed independently. They'd never let us near it again, I pointed out. And I'm not sure we could even find our way back to the valley without their guidance. The forest seemed to shift around us. We continued brainstorming late into the night, each idea seeming less feasible than the last. The fundamental problem remained. How do you prove the existence of something that has successfully remained hidden for centuries? As dawn approached, I stood at the motel window, watching the first hint of light touch the distant outline of Hollow Grove. An idea had been forming, one I was reluctant to voice because of its implications. What if we don't try to convince Davidson? I finally said, turning back to my exhausted colleagues. What if we go directly to the people who would be most affected by what's coming? Howard looked up, understanding dawning in his eyes. The construction crews, the contractors working on the northern trails and eastern campgrounds. I nodded. The Grove said they'd act in 3 days if they didn't get a response. If those workers are still there when that happens. We can't just tell them there's a magical tree and forest people, Camilla objected. They'll dismiss us as quickly as Davidson did. We don't need them to believe everything, I explained. Just enough to make them cautious. To perhaps delay the work until we can find someone with actual authority who will listen. Howard was already reaching for his phone. I know the project manager for the Northern Trail expansion. Worked with him last year on the western section. He might at least hear us out. What followed was a day of desperate networking, calling in favors, and occasionally bending the truth. We told contractors about unstable geological conditions we'd discovered, warned camp developers about potentially toxic biological agents in the watershed, and hinted to equipment operators about ongoing security concerns that might endanger their personnel. By nightfall, we had managed to create enough doubt and concern that several project leaders had agreed to brief operational pauses, not cancellations, but temporary delays to reassess safety conditions. It wasn't the retreat the Grove had demanded, but it might buy us the time we needed to find more permanent solutions. It's not enough, I admitted as we reconvened in the motel room. These are just delays. Once Davidson brings in his security team and finds nothing, work will resume. It's all we could do with the time and resources we have, Howard said, though he looked no happier than I felt. Camilla, who had been quieter than usual all day, finally spoke up. There's another option we haven't discussed. She hesitated, then continued. We could go public. Take this story to the media, to environmental groups, to anyone who might listen. Howard frowned. That would end our careers. And without concrete evidence, most reputable outlets wouldn't touch the story anyway. But social media might, I pointed out, warming to Camilla's suggestion. Footage of the totems, the markings, our testimonies about what we experienced. It might create enough public interest to force a proper investigation. Or it might just label us as conspiracy theorists, Howard countered. And if it fails, we lose whatever credibility we have left. The debate continued late into the night, each option weighed and found wanting. In the end, exhaustion made the decision for us. We would rest, and in the morning, proceed with both approaches, continuing to delay the development projects while also preparing a carefully documented account for potential public release. As I drifted toward uneasy sleep, my thoughts returned to the amber-eyed woman and her final warning. Whatever we decided, I feared it would not be enough. The Grove had protected its domain for centuries against all manner of threats. They would not be deterred by project delays or media attention. They would act as they had always acted, decisively and without compromise. And when they did, I could only hope that the world was ready for what would follow. Dawn broke with a sense of foreboding that seemed to permeate the air itself. Outside our motel, the sky hung low and heavy with dark clouds that threatened rain, but withheld it, creating a pressure that made my head throb. It felt like the moments before a severe storm, when electricity builds in the atmosphere and every living thing seeks shelter. I had slept poorly, my dreams filled with twisted paths through endless trees and amber eyes watching from shadows. When I joined Howard and Camilla for breakfast in the motel's small dining area, their haggard expressions suggested they had fared no better. 2 days left, Howard said without preamble, pushing a cup of coffee toward me. I nodded, accepting the bitter liquid gratefully. Assuming they hold to their timeline. Assuming they exist at all, Camilla added, though her tone lacked conviction. Whatever doubts she had harbored were eroding in the face of our shared experiences and mounting tension. We spent the morning finalizing our two-pronged approach. Howard would continue working his contacts in the development projects, reinforcing the need for caution. Camilla would compile our documentation into a format suitable for public consumption, including photographs, GPS coordinates, and our personal testimonies. I would attempt one last official channel. Dr. Eleanor Winters, a respected ecologist who had conducted research in Hollow Grove years earlier, and might be receptive to our claims. As we prepared to separate for our respective tasks, Howard's phone rang. His expression darkened as he listened to the caller. "When?" he asked sharply. "How many?" Another pause. "No, keep everyone back. Don't let anyone approach until I get there." He ended the call and looked at us, his face grim. That was Jimenez, the Northern Trail project manager. There's been an incident at the construction site. All the equipment, excavators, bulldozers, everything has been disabled overnight. "Vandalism?" Camilla asked. Howard shook his head. "Not exactly. Jimenez said the machines were poisoned, his word. Some kind of organic material has been introduced into the fuel systems, engines, hydraulics. It's spread throughout the metal components like a fungus, corroding everything it touches." "The Grove," I whispered. "They're not waiting 3 days." "That's not all," Howard continued. "The workers found markings at the site, the same spiral patterns we've seen carved into trees surrounding the clearing. And there are objects hanging from branches. Arrangements of bones and wood. Dozens of them." A chill ran through me despite the warm morning. Warnings. They're escalating their message. "Or it's the local environmentalists taking advantage of the folklore," Camilla suggested, though she sounded uncertain. "It could be a copycat action. Either way, we need to see it," I insisted. "If it is the Grove, there might be signs that could help us understand what they're planning next." We drove to the northern construction site in tense silence, each lost in our own thoughts. The road wound through increasingly dense forest, following the contours of hills that would eventually lead to the unmapped valley we had discovered. About a mile from the site, we encountered the first roadblock, Forest Service vehicles and a county sheriff's deputy turning away traffic. Howard showed his ranger identification, explaining we had information relevant to the incident. After a brief radio consultation, the deputy waved us through with a warning to stay within the designated investigation area. The construction site itself was a scene of controlled chaos. What had once been a neat clearing carved from the forest was now a jumble of disabled machinery, concerned workers, and various officials attempting to make sense of the situation. Yellow crime scene tape cordoned off certain areas, particularly around the heavy equipment. "Howard!" A man in a hard hat and reflective vest approached us, his expression a mixture of relief and anxiety. "Glad you're here. This is beyond anything I've dealt with before." "Jimenez," Howard greeted him with a firm handshake. "What exactly happened?" The project manager led us toward the nearest piece of equipment, a massive excavator now sitting idle. Crew arrived at 6 a.m. to start work. Machines wouldn't start. Not just one or two, every single piece of equipment on site. When mechanics opened them up, he gestured for us to look. Inside the excavator's engine compartment was something that defied immediate comprehension. What should have been clean metal components were covered in a network of reddish-brown growths that resembled a cross between fungus and root systems. The material had spread throughout the engine, wrapping around parts and penetrating seals and gaskets. "What is that?" Camilla asked, leaning closer but careful not to touch. "No idea," Jimenez admitted. "Never seen anything like it. It's in the fuel tanks, hydraulic systems, even the electrical components. And it's still spreading. You can watch it grow if you stare long enough." I studied the growth, remembering the bioluminescent organisms I had seen in the hidden valley. "Has anyone analyzed it? Taken samples?" "Hazmat team is on the way," Jimenez replied. "Until then, we're under orders not to disturb it. Whatever it is, it's already eaten through some pretty tough materials. No one's eager to get it on their skin." Howard gestured toward the forest edge. "And the markings you mentioned?" Jimenez's expression darkened further. "Yeah, those. Come see for yourself." He led us to the perimeter of the clearing where the trees began. Every trunk along the boundary had been marked with the now familiar spiral pattern, but these were different from those we had seen before. Larger, more complex, and carved deep enough to expose the living tissue beneath the bark. Sap oozed from the wounds, but instead of the clear or amber liquid typical of these species, it was dark red, almost black, with an acrid smell that made my eyes water. "This wasn't here yesterday," Jimenez said, keeping his distance from the marked trees. "We had crews working right up to this line, clearing underbrush. Nobody saw these symbols." "And the hanging objects?" Howard prompted. Jimenez pointed farther along the tree line. "All around the perimeter, spaced about 20 feet apart." We followed the edge of the clearing and soon spotted them, small bundles suspended from branches by what looked like braided plant fibers. Each bundle was uniquely constructed but followed a similar pattern. A central core of wood or bone surrounded by smaller objects. Feathers, teeth, fragments of metal and glass, and in some cases, items I recognized as pieces of modern equipment. Watch batteries, memory card fragments, tiny gears from precision instruments. "Have you touched any of these?" I asked, studying the nearest bundle without approaching it. "Hell no," Jimenez replied emphatically. "After what happened to our equipment, no one's touching anything that wasn't here yesterday." As we continued around the perimeter, I noticed something Jimenez hadn't mentioned: subtle changes in the forest itself. The undergrowth nearest the clearing appeared different from what I remembered from previous visits, denser, more vivid in color, with species that seemed unfamiliar or strangely altered. Some plants had grown with unnatural speed, their newest growth visibly different in structure and hue. "The forest is changing," I murmured, more to myself than my companions. Howard heard me. "What do you mean?" I pointed to several examples. "These species shouldn't be growing together. And look at the color of those leaves. That's not natural for this elevation or season. It's as if..." "As if what?" Camilla prompted when I trailed off. "As if the forest is adapting, responding to a threat by accelerating its evolution." Jimenez looked at me like I had grown a second head. Trees don't respond like that. They don't change overnight. Normally, no, I agreed. But what if they were being influenced by something that could alter their growth patterns? Something like the heart. Howard pulled me aside, lowering his voice. You think this is connected to what you saw in the valley? The organism they were protecting? I nodded. They said it influenced the entire ecosystem. What if these changes are just the beginning? A demonstration of what they can do if pushed further. Our conversation was interrupted by the arrival of additional vehicles. Forest Service SUVs and what appeared to be a mobile laboratory unit. Supervisor Davidson emerged from the lead vehicle, his expression thunderous as he spotted us. I specifically placed you three on administrative leave, he said without preamble. What part of stay away from Forest Service operations was unclear. We have relevant information about what's happening here, Howard replied calmly. Information you dismissed yesterday that now seems pretty damn pertinent. Davidson's eyes narrowed. If you're implying your forest dweller theory explains this vandalism. It's not vandalism, I interrupted. Not in the conventional sense. And it's not just a theory anymore. I gestured toward the disabled equipment. Have you ever seen anything like that growth before? Do you have any explanation for how it appeared simultaneously in every piece of machinery overnight? For a moment, Davidson's certainty wavered. The investigation is ongoing, until we have scientific analysis. By then, it might be too late, I pressed. This is just the first demonstration. The Grove warned us they would act if their demands weren't met. This is them showing what they're capable of. The Grove, Davidson repeated, skepticism returning to his voice. Your mythical forest community. Howard stepped forward. Mythical or not, something disabled millions of dollars of equipment in a single night without being detected. Something carved identical symbols into dozens of trees simultaneously. If you have a better explanation, we're all eager to hear it. Before Davidson could respond, a commotion arose from the newly arrived laboratory unit. A technician in protective gear was calling for the supervisor with evident urgency. Stay here, Davidson ordered us, then strode toward the disturbance. We exchanged glances, then by unspoken agreement moved closer, positioning ourselves within earshot of the conversation. Never seen anything like it, the technician was saying, gesturing toward equipment readings on a tablet. It's not a known fungus or bacteria. The cellular structure is completely novel, and it's demonstrating properties that should be impossible. Meaning what exactly? Davidson demanded. Meaning it's breaking down and restructuring inorganic materials at the molecular level, the technician explained. Essentially converting metal and plastic into organic compounds that it can use for further growth, and it's doing it at a rate that defies current biological understanding. Davidson's posture stiffened. Can it be contained? Eliminated? Unknown at this stage. We've tried standard fungicides, acids, even fire on samples. It either resists or adapts rapidly. And there's something else. The technician hesitated. It appears to be communicating. Communicating, Davidson repeated flatly. Different colonies are showing synchronized growth patterns despite physical separation. They're responding to stimuli as a unified organism despite being spread across multiple machines. It's as if they're networked somehow. I turned to Howard, my voice low but urgent. It's the heart. It has to be. The Grove has introduced something from their central organism into our technology. A demonstration of what they can do on a larger scale if provoked. If you're right, Howard replied grimly, then this is just the beginning. A taste of what might happen if development continues. Davidson returned, his earlier confidence noticeably diminished. The site is being quarantined pending further investigation. All personnel will undergo decontamination procedures before leaving. And the development project? Howard asked. Temporarily suspended, obviously. Davidson's gaze shifted to me. You said this was a demonstration, that there were demands. What exactly does this Grove want? The shift in his tone, from dismissive to cautiously receptive, was subtle but significant. For the first time, he was treating our account as potentially valid. Abandonment of the Northern Trail expansion, I replied promptly. Removal of the eastern campgrounds. Establishment of a true conservation zone around their territory, with no human access. Davidson's expression tightened. That's not happening. The department has millions invested in these projects, commitments to stakeholders, contracts with developers. Then prepare for worse than this, I warned. What we're seeing here is restrained, a warning shot. If they decide to unleash the full capacity of whatever biological agent they're using, I let the implication hang in the air, made all the more ominous by the disabled machinery surrounding us and the strange growths advancing through their components. I need to consult with department leadership, Davidson said finally. In the meantime, you three are no longer on administrative leave. Consider yourselves temporarily reassigned to this investigation. Your unique perspective may prove useful. It wasn't full vindication, but it was a start. As Davidson walked away to make his calls, Camilla turned to us with a grim smile. Well, that's progress. He's at least considering the possibility we're not completely delusional. Only took a biological impossibility to convince him, Howard remarked dryly. I didn't share their momentary relief. Looking around at the altered forest edge, the contaminated machinery, the increasingly agitated personnel trying to understand what they were facing, I felt only a deepening sense of dread. This isn't over, I said quietly. Not by a long shot. The Grove gave us 3 days. This is just day 1. As if in response to my words, a sudden wind swept through the clearing, carrying with it a scent I recognized from the hidden valley, earthy and ancient, with that same acrid undertone. The hanging bundles swayed in unison, their components clicking together to create a sound like distant rhythmic tapping. The forest was speaking, and its message was clear. This was merely the prelude to what would come if humans continued to encroach upon its domain. By evening, news of the Hollow Grove incident had spread beyond the Forest Service to local media. Initial reports described it as vandalism or sabotage, but as preliminary findings from the scientific team leaked out, the narrative began to shift. Words like unknown biological agent and unprecedented contamination replaced the earlier, simpler explanations. Davidson had established a command center at the Ranger headquarters, where officials from various agencies gathered to assess the situation and coordinate responses. Howard, Camilla, and I found ourselves in the unusual position of being both recently disciplined employees and suddenly essential consultants, our first-hand knowledge of the Grove now valued where it had been dismissed just days earlier. The Eastern Campground Development has reported similar incidents, Davidson informed us as we gathered around a map table. Equipment failures, strange growths in fuel systems, marking on trees. Not as extensive as the northern site, but following the same pattern. And the 3-day countdown continues, Howard reminded everyone. Whatever happened last night is likely just the beginning. A scientist from the Forest Health Protection Division cleared her throat. We've completed preliminary analysis of samples from the affected equipment. The organic material appears to be a previously undocumented fungal species with properties more commonly associated with slime molds, the ability to network, communicate, and solve problems collectively. Can it be contained? Davidson asked. We're working on that, she replied. But its adaptability is concerning. Treatments that initially seemed effective were overcome within hours as the organism modified its structure. Like an immune response, I suggested. She nodded. Exactly like that. Whatever this is, it learns. The implications hung heavy in the room. An organism that could disable machinery, resist countermeasures, and potentially spread to other systems posed a threat beyond mere vandalism or protest. What about the carved symbols? Camilla asked. Has anyone analyzed the sap coming from those trees? Initial tests show elevated levels of compounds not normally found in these species, another scientist reported. Some appear to be signaling molecules, others have properties similar to growth hormones. The trees are essentially being reprogrammed at a cellular level. I thought of the heart and its pulsing interior, the community that had protected it for generations. This fits with what I saw in the valley. The grove spoke of an organism that regulated the entire forest ecosystem, something that could influence plant growth, soil composition, even the behavior of other organisms. Davidson, who had been studying the map intently, looked up. Assuming, and I'm not fully convinced yet, that this hidden community exists and is responsible for these incidents, what's their endgame? What happens after their 3-day deadline if we don't meet their demands? I hesitated, trying to find words that would convey the gravity of the situation without sounding apocalyptic. Based on what I was told, they view themselves as the forest's immune system. When threatened, they respond with increasing force until the threat is eliminated. Meaning what exactly? Davidson pressed. Meaning this is just the beginning, I said quietly. The disabled equipment, the altered trees, these are localized responses, warnings. If pushed further, they could potentially introduce similar agents into water systems, soil, even the air. The Grove has been developing biological tools for generations, adapting them specifically to defend their territory. A heavy silence fell over the room as the implications sank in. Finally, Davidson spoke again, his voice carefully controlled. So, what are our options? We can't simply abandon federal land because of threats, no matter how unusual. Could we negotiate? Howard suggested. Find a compromise that protects their core territory while allowing limited development in less sensitive areas. I shook my head. They've tried that approach in the past, according to their leader. Each compromise eventually led to further encroachment. They no longer trust partial measures. Then what do you suggest? Davidson asked, frustration evident in his voice. A full scientific assessment, I replied without hesitation. Bring in experts in ecology, biology, anthropology. Let them document what exists in that valley, the community, the heart, the entire system. If what I saw is verified, it would justify extraordinary conservation measures on scientific grounds alone. That would take months to organize properly, Davidson objected. Then we need a temporary solution, Howard interjected. A good faith gesture while we arrange the full assessment. Halt all development projects in the disputed areas, establish a no-entry zone around the valley, and communicate our intentions to the Grove. Communicate how? Camilla asked. It's not like they have a phone number or email address. I thought for a moment. They'll be watching, they always are. But we could also leave messages at the boundary markers, using their own symbol system. They'll understand. Davidson looked unconvinced, but running out of alternatives. I'll need authorization from the regional director for any official response. But given the circumstances, I believe I can secure temporary suspensions of the development projects, for safety reasons, if nothing else. It wasn't the full acknowledgement of the Grove's legitimacy that I had hoped for, but it was a start. A recognition that something extraordinary was happening in Hollow Grove, something that couldn't be dismissed or explained away by conventional thinking. As the meeting continued, plans were developed for securing the affected sites, documenting the biological anomalies, and presenting a case to senior leadership for a more comprehensive scientific investigation. Through it all, I felt a growing sense that we were standing at a threshold between worlds. The ordered, managed approach of our Forest Service, and the ancient, mysterious systems of the Grove. By midnight, Davidson had secured the temporary development freeze we had requested. It wasn't presented as a response to demands, but rather as a safety precaution given the unknown biological agent affecting the sites. Still, it represented the first step toward the recognition the Grove had sought for generations. How do we let them know? Davidson asked as we finalized the plans. Assuming they're real and watching as you claim. I'll go, I said simply. Back to the boundary markers we found. I'll bring the message personally. Davidson frowned. That's not protocol. Protocol isn't equipped for this situation, I interrupted. They showed themselves to me once. They might do so again, especially if I come alone and unarmed. After considerable debate, a compromise was reached. I would approach the boundary area at dawn, accompanied by Howard but no one else. We would carry documentation of the development suspension and a formal request for a meeting between Forest Service representatives and Grove leaders to discuss longer-term solutions. As we prepared for this unusual diplomatic mission, I found myself reflecting on how dramatically my understanding of Hollow Grove had changed in just a few days. The forest I had thought I knew, a resource to be managed, protected through human intervention, had revealed itself as something far more complex and autonomous. It didn't need our protection. It had its own defenders who had preserved its most vital systems for centuries, while we remained oblivious to their existence. Dawn found Howard and I at the edge of the forest, following the now familiar path toward the ravine where we had first encountered the Grove's representatives. The forest felt different this morning, more aware somehow, as if every tree and plant had become a sensory organ for some larger intelligence. "Do you think they'll show themselves?" Howard asked as we walked, his voice hushed despite the open terrain. "I don't know," I admitted, "but they'll know we're here. They'll understand why we've come." We reached the ravine as the sun cleared the eastern ridge, casting long shadows across the forest floor. The ruined structure where we had found the photograph still stood, though it seemed changed somehow, more integrated with the surrounding vegetation, as if the forest was gradually reclaiming it. I approached the clearing before it, Howard hanging back slightly as we had agreed. From my pack, I withdrew the documents we had brought, maps showing the suspended development areas, letters from Davidson outlining the proposed scientific assessment, and a personal note I had written, attempting to translate our intentions into terms the Grove might understand. Arranging these items on a flat stone at the clearing's edge, I then gathered small branches and arranged them in a pattern I had seen in the hidden valley, a simple spiral surrounding a central point, the closest thing to a greeting I could manage in their symbolic language. "Now what?" Howard asked from his position several yards back. "Now we wait," I replied, settling on a fallen log at the clearing's edge. "And listen." The forest was quiet, but not silent. Birds called from the canopy, insects hummed in the undergrowth, and occasionally, a breeze would stir the leaves, creating a gentle susurration that seemed almost like distant voices. I focused on these sounds, trying to distinguish patterns, meanings, anything that might indicate a response to our presence. An hour passed, then another. Howard shifted restlessly but maintained his position. I remained still, watching and listening with a patience I hadn't known I possessed. Then, so gradually I almost missed it, the quality of the forest sounds began to change. The random calls and movements coalesced into something more rhythmic, more deliberate. It reminded me of the tapping we had heard before, but translated into the forest's own voice, a communication method that used the environment itself as its medium. "Something's happening," I whispered to Howard, who nodded tensely, his eyes scanning the tree line. The rhythmic sounds intensified, focusing on the clearing where we waited. Then, between one heartbeat and the next, they were there. Figures emerging from the forest as if they had materialized from the trees themselves. 3 of them, hooded and silent, standing at the opposite edge of the clearing. I recognized the central figure immediately, the leader who had shown me her face, the amber-eyed woman who spoke for the Grove. She stepped forward, her movements fluid and deliberate, and approached the stone where I had left our offerings. For long minutes, she examined the documents, occasionally touching the paper as if assessing its very composition. Finally, she raised her head to look directly at me. "You bring promises," she said, her voice carrying clearly across the clearing. "Written in your language, bound by your customs." "We bring the beginning of understanding," I replied carefully. "A recognition that there is something in these woods worth protecting beyond what we previously knew." She made a sound that might have been a laugh. "You suspend your destruction temporarily. You propose to study us like specimens. This is not recognition. It is merely curiosity pausing to examine what it does not yet comprehend. It's all we can offer right now, I admitted. But it could lead to more. If scientists document what I saw, the heart, its influence on the forest, your community's role, it could change how these lands are managed forever. The leader was silent for a moment. Her hooded face turned slightly as if listening to something only she could hear. Then she spoke again. The heart has considered your offering. It is insufficient. But it represents a change from the deafness that came before. A first breath after centuries of silence. Relief flooded through me. Then you'll give us time? Allow the scientific assessment? Time is measured differently in the Grove, she replied. But yes, we will wait. Watch. Listen for truth in your words. She gestured toward the forest around us. The warnings you have witnessed will remain but not advance. For now. The machines will stay silent. The boundaries will stand. And in return? Howard asked, speaking for the first time. The leader turned toward him. In return, you will learn. Not just with your instruments and tests, but with your hearts and minds. You will learn what it means to be part of a system rather than its master. To listen to the forest rather than merely manage it. She approached me then, moving with that uncanny grace that seemed almost supernatural despite her human form. From within her robes, she withdrew a small object, a pendant carved from what appeared to be the same wood as the heart, polished to a warm glow, and inscribed with the spiral pattern that symbolized the Grove. Wear this, she said, placing it in my palm. It marks you as one who is seen, one who may walk between worlds. The pendant was warm to the touch, vibrating faintly as if with its own pulse. As my fingers closed around it, I felt a momentary connection to something vast and ancient. A consciousness that extended throughout the forest, observing through countless eyes, feeling through innumerable roots and branches. Thank you, I whispered, understanding the significance of the gift. The leader stepped back. We will watch your scientists, guide them if they prove worthy, protect the heart if they do not. She gestured toward the documents on the stone. Take these back to your leaders. Tell them what you have seen and heard. Tell them the Grove has existed long before their laws and boundaries, and will continue long after. With those words, she and her companions retreated to the forest edge. Just before they disappeared among the trees, she turned once more. Remember, witness, you have seen both worlds now. You carry the responsibility of that vision. Then they were gone, melting into the forest as if they had never been more than shadows among the trees. Howard approached slowly, his expression a mixture of awe and disbelief. That was... I don't even have words for what that was. I closed my fingers around the pendant, feeling its gentle warmth. The beginning of something new, or very old, depending on how you look at it. We gathered the documents and began the journey back, both lost in our own thoughts. The forest around us seemed different now, not just a collection of trees and wildlife, but a living system with its own intelligence and purpose. I wondered how I could ever have seen it otherwise. In the months that followed, Hollow Grove became the site of one of the most unusual scientific expeditions in Forest Service history. Experts from dozens of disciplines converged to document what I had glimpsed in my brief visit to the Hidden Valley. The Grove remained mostly invisible during this process, appearing only occasionally to guide researchers toward particularly significant discoveries or to warn them away from areas too sacred for scientific scrutiny. The heart, when finally documented by botanical specialists, defied existing classification systems. Its influence on the surrounding ecosystem, through chemical signals, mycelial networks, and other mechanisms still not fully understood, confirmed everything the Grove had claimed about its importance. As for me, I found myself in an unexpected role, a bridge between worlds, translating the Grove's intentions for my colleagues and explaining scientific concepts to the few Grove members willing to engage directly with our researchers. The pendant I wore seemed to grant me a limited ability to navigate the shifting paths of the forest. To find my way to meetings arranged through means I still didn't fully comprehend. The summer of 2019 marked my 16th birthday, and my parents thought it would be the perfect time to send me to Camp Riverside for what they called character building. Located on the remote coastline where Northern California meets Oregon, the camp stretched along a desolate stretch of rocky shore, bordered by dense redwood forests that seemed to swallow sound itself. The main feature that drew campers year after year was the unique geography. A narrow strip of land separated the churning Pacific Ocean from a perfectly still saltwater lagoon that had been cut off from the sea decades ago by shifting sands and rock slides. Our cabin, designated as Cabin 7, sat closest to this eerie body of water. The lagoon stretched nearly a quarter-mile in length, its surface so still it looked like black glass during the day and reflected nothing but darkness at night. What made it even more unsettling was the complete absence of life within its waters. No fish, no water plants, nothing that suggested anything could survive in those depths. The counselors explained this away as a result of the unusual salt concentration and lack of circulation. But something about their explanations felt rehearsed, as if they'd answered this question many times before, and wanted to discourage further inquiry. My 5 cabin mates were all around my age, 16-year-old kids from various cities across the Pacific Northwest. There was Preston, a lanky kid from Portland with nervous energy who constantly cracked his knuckles. Carlos from Seattle, built like a linebacker but with a surprisingly gentle demeanor. Brendan, the intellectual from San Francisco who brought more books than clothes. Joel, a quiet farm kid from rural Oregon who rarely spoke but observed everything. And Kevin, the jokester from Sacramento, who seemed determined to make light of every situation, no matter how serious. The cabin itself was a sturdy log structure built in the 1960s, with a large deck that jutted out over the 20-foot drop to the lagoon below. The wooden railings were worn smooth by decades of campers gripping them while staring into those dark waters. Inside, we had 3 sets of bunk beds arranged along the walls, with small windows that looked out toward either the forest or the lagoon. The floorboards creaked with every step, and the walls were thin enough that we could hear conversations from neighboring cabins during the day. What struck me most about the camp's location was how isolated it felt. The nearest town was over 40 miles away down a winding mountain road that looked like it hadn't been properly maintained in years. Cell phone service was non-existent, and the camp's landline was restricted to emergencies only. It felt like we'd been transported to another era, cut off from the outside world entirely. The camp directors, Mr. Garrison and Mrs. Fletcher, seemed friendly enough during orientation, but I noticed how their smiles never quite reached their eyes when they talked about the camp's history. They mentioned that Camp Riverside had been operating for over 50 years, welcoming thousands of campers, but they glossed over details and changed the subject whenever anyone asked about specific incidents or why certain areas of the camp were marked as off-limits. Our cabin counselor was a college student named Derek, barely 21 years old, who seemed more interested in his summer reading list than in supervising 6 teenagers. He spent most of his time on the main deck with a book, occasionally glancing up to make sure we weren't doing anything too dangerous. His laid-back attitude meant we had more freedom than kids in other cabins, but it also meant we were largely left to entertain ourselves during evening hours. That first evening, after a dinner of questionable camp food and mandatory introductions around the campfire, we returned to Cabin 7 with nervous energy and the desire to assert some independence. Preston had smuggled in a deck of cards, and Kevin had brought an impressive stash of candy from home, so we decided to set up a poker game out on the deck. The sun was setting behind the redwoods, casting long shadows across the lagoon's surface and painting the sky in deep purples and oranges. We arranged ourselves around an old wooden crate that served as our makeshift table, with the candy serving as our betting chips. The evening air was thick with salt and the scent of pine, and the only sounds were the distant crash of waves against the rocky shore and our own whispered conversations as we tried not to wake Derek, who had already retreated to his private room at the back of the cabin. Brendan dealt the first hand with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd spent time in his father's underground poker games, while Carlos organized the candy into neat piles according to value. Joel sat quietly shuffling and reshuffling his cards, his farm boy instincts making him naturally cautious about revealing anything about his hand. Preston couldn't sit still, constantly adjusting his position and drumming his fingers against the wooden deck, the sound echoing in the stillness. Kevin kept up a running commentary on everyone's playing style, cracking jokes about Brendan's serious expression and Preston's obvious tells. But as the sky grew darker and the temperature began to drop, his jokes became more forced, and I noticed he kept glancing toward the lagoon with an expression I couldn't quite read. The game progressed slowly, with small victories and defeats as we learned each other's playing styles. The deck of the cabin hung about 12 feet above the lagoon's surface, and occasionally one of us would lean over the railing to peer into the black water below. During daylight hours, you could see perhaps 3 or 4 feet down before the water became completely opaque, but at night, it was like looking into an abyss. Preston had just won a particularly large pot of chocolate bars when he froze mid-celebration, his hand still reaching for the candy. His expression shifted from triumph to confusion, then to something approaching fear. We all noticed his sudden stillness and turned to follow his gaze toward the lagoon, but saw nothing unusual, just the same dark water reflecting the first stars beginning to appear in the evening sky. "Did you guys hear that?" he whispered, his voice barely audible. We all strained to listen, but heard only the normal sounds of evening at camp. Distant laughter from other cabins, the soft murmur of counselors talking around the main fire pit, the gentle lapping of waves against the shore. Kevin made a joke about Preston trying to distract us from his winning streak, but his laugh sounded hollow and nervous. Then it came. The noise that erupted from the darkness around us was unlike anything I had ever heard before or have heard since. It was a sound that seemed to bypass the ears entirely and strike directly at some primitive part of the brain, the part that recognizes mortal danger even when the conscious mind doesn't understand what it's experiencing. Imagine the sound of metal being scraped against concrete but amplified tenfold and given a organic, almost vocal quality that suggested it was being produced by something alive. It was high-pitched enough to make our teeth ache, but with undertones so low they seemed to vibrate through the wooden deck beneath our feet. The sound lasted for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 15 or 20 seconds, building in intensity before cutting off abruptly, leaving our ears ringing in the sudden silence. All 6 of us shot to our feet simultaneously, cards and candy scattering across the deck as we stumbled backward toward the cabin door. Preston's face had gone completely white, and Carlos, who I'd never seen show fear about anything, was gripping the deck railing so tightly his knuckles had turned pale. Kevin's usual stream of jokes had dried up completely, and even Brendan, typically unflappable, was staring wide-eyed into the darkness surrounding the lagoon. The most disturbing aspect of the sound was how it seemed to come from everywhere at once. It wasn't emanating from a specific direction that we could identify and potentially avoid. Instead, it filled the air around us completely, as if the darkness itself was producing it. Joel, who had grown up around every kind of wild animal in rural Oregon, shook his head slowly when Kevin asked if he recognized it. "Nothing makes a sound like that," Joel said quietly, his voice carrying the authority of someone who'd spent countless nights listening to coyotes, mountain lions, and bears. "Nothing natural, anyway." We scrambled inside the cabin, slamming the door behind us and turning the deadbolt with shaking hands. Derek emerged from his room, rubbing his eyes and asking what all the commotion was about. When we tried to explain what we'd heard, he listened with the patient expression adults use when they're humoring children's overactive imaginations. "Probably just coyotes," he said with a yawn. "They make all kinds of weird sounds, especially during mating season. Or maybe it was a mountain lion. They can sound pretty terrifying if you've never heard one before. But we knew it wasn't coyotes or mountain lions. Those were sounds from the natural world, sounds that belonged to creatures of flesh and blood and bone. What we'd heard was something else entirely, something that seemed to exist outside the normal rules of biology and physics. None of us slept well that night. We lay in our bunks listening to every creak of the cabin, every whisper of wind through the trees, every distant sound that might indicate the return of whatever had produced that horrible noise. Preston tossed and turned constantly, muttering apologies every time his movement made his bunk spring squeak. Carlos lay completely still, but I could tell from his breathing that he was wide awake. Kevin's usual bedtime commentary was replaced by tense silence. Brendan spent the night reading by flashlight, claiming he wasn't tired, but I noticed he kept glancing toward the windows that faced the lagoon. Joel positioned himself in the bunk with the best view of the door, and I realized he was keeping watch, old farm instincts kicking in even in this unfamiliar environment. The next morning dawned gray and overcast, with a thick fog rolling in from the ocean that reduced visibility to maybe 50 feet in any direction. The oppressive atmosphere seemed to match our collective mood as we stumbled through breakfast, dark circles under our eyes and conversations conducted in hushed tones. During the morning activity period, while other campers participated in hiking and kayaking, the six of us made our way to the camp's small library housed in the main lodge. The building was older than our cabin, with thick stone walls and small windows that let in very little natural light. Inside, the air smelled of old books and wood polish, and our footsteps echoed on the hardwood floors. Near the front entrance, exactly as I remembered from the previous summer's brief visit, stood an old computer kiosk designed to help campers identify local wildlife. The interface was crude but functional, with recordings of dozens of animal sounds organized by species and habitat. We spent over an hour methodically going through every single recording, from common birds to the most exotic predators known to inhabit the Pacific Northwest. We listened to coyote howls in various contexts: territorial calls, mating calls, distress calls. We heard mountain lion screams, bear roars, elk bugles, and the calls of dozens of bird species. We even found recordings of less common animals like wolverines and lynx, sounds that few people ever hear in the wild. Nothing came close to what we'd experienced the night before. Brendan, with his systematic approach to research, began taking notes in a small notebook he always carried. He documented each sound we'd investigated and noted why it didn't match our experience. Preston grew increasingly agitated as we failed to find an explanation, pacing back and forth behind us and occasionally making comments about how maybe we should just forget about it and enjoy the rest of our time at camp. Carlos suggested we ask other campers if they'd heard anything unusual, so we spent the lunch period casually questioning kids from the other cabins. The responses were universally negative. No one else had heard anything out of the ordinary. Some kids from Cabin 3, which was positioned farther from the lagoon, mentioned hearing what they thought might have been coyotes in the distance, but their description didn't match our experience. Even more troubling was the reaction we got from some of the older campers, kids who'd been coming to Camp Riverside for several summers. When we described the sound we'd heard, a few of them exchanged glances that suggested recognition, but they quickly changed the subject or found excuses to leave the conversation. One girl from Cabin 12, a 17-year-old named Vanessa who'd been coming to the camp for 4 years, pulled me aside after lunch. "You're in Cabin 7, right?" she asked, glancing around to make sure no one else was listening. "The one closest to the lagoon?" When I nodded, her expression grew serious. "Look, I don't know what you guys heard last night, but if I were you, I'd request a transfer to a different cabin. Tell them you're having problems with your cabin mates or something. Just get away from that lagoon." Before I could ask her what she meant, she hurried away, leaving me with more questions than answers, and a growing sense that our experience was part of something larger, something the camp administration would prefer to keep quiet. That evening, we took every precaution we could think of. We closed and locked all the windows in the cabin, despite the stifling heat that built up inside. We moved our poker game indoors, arranging ourselves around one of the bunks instead of risking another night on the deck. Derek seemed amused by our behavior, joking about city kids being afraid of country sounds, but we noticed he didn't argue when we kept the cabin locked up tight. We tried to maintain normal conversation, playing cards and sharing stories from home, but everyone was on edge. Every normal sound, the settling of the wooden structure, the whisper of wind through the trees, the distant calls of actual wildlife, made us freeze and listen intently. Kevin's jokes became increasingly desperate, as if he could ward off our fear through sheer force of humor. Around 10:30, Derek announced lights out and retreated to his room. We lay in our bunks in the darkness, but sleep was impossible. The temperature inside the closed cabin was oppressive, and the air felt thick and stagnant. Preston was breathing heavily, almost hyperventilating, and Carlos kept shifting position as if he couldn't get comfortable. The sound came again at approximately 11:15. This time, it was noticeably louder and seemed to last longer than the night before. The horrible scraping, tearing quality was more pronounced, and underneath it was something that sounded almost like words. Not words in any language we recognized, but syllables that suggested intelligence, purpose, communication. The vibrations through the cabin floor were strong enough to rattle the windows in their frames and make the bunk beds creak ominously. Joel and Kevin both sat up in their bunks simultaneously, and I could see their silhouettes in the faint starlight filtering through the windows. Brendan was writing frantically in his notebook, trying to document every detail while the sound was still fresh in his memory. Preston had pulled his pillow over his head and was making small, whimpering sounds. When the noise finally ended, the silence that followed felt different from normal quiet. It was the silence of a world holding its breath, waiting for something terrible to happen. We lay motionless for what felt like hours, afraid that any movement might trigger another episode. "It's getting closer," Joel whispered into the darkness, and none of us contradicted him because we all felt it too. Whatever was producing that sound was focusing on our cabin, learning our routines, perhaps even studying us. Derek never emerged from his room, even though the sound had been loud enough to wake anyone in the building. Either he was a much heavier sleeper than seemed possible, or he was deliberately ignoring what was happening. Both possibilities were equally disturbing in their own way. The next morning, Preston's parents came to pick him up. He'd called them at dawn from the camp's emergency phone, claiming he was violently ill and needed to go home immediately. We watched through the cabin windows as he threw his belongings into a duffel bag and practically ran to their car, never looking back toward the lagoon. His departure left the rest of us feeling abandoned and more vulnerable than before. If Preston, who'd always been the most vocal about investigating the mystery, was scared enough to leave camp entirely, what did that say about our chances of surviving whatever was happening? With Preston gone, the dynamic in our cabin shifted dramatically. The remaining 5 of us drew closer together, united by our shared experience and growing terror. We began taking turns staying awake throughout the night, establishing a rotation so that someone was always alert and watching for signs of danger. Kevin had abandoned his usual joking persona almost entirely, becoming quiet and jumpy. Carlos had started carrying a baseball bat he'd borrowed from the camp's sports equipment, claiming it made him feel more secure. Brendan filled page after page in his notebook, documenting every detail of our experiences and developing increasingly elaborate theories about what might be causing the phenomena. Joel had taken to spending his free time exploring the edges of the camp, looking for tracks or other physical evidence of whatever was producing the sounds. He found nothing, no footprints, no disturbed vegetation, no signs that anything physical had been moving around the lagoon at night. This absence of evidence was somehow more frightening than finding tracks would have been. The sound came every night now, always between 11 and midnight, always lasting longer than the time before. By the 4th night, it continued for nearly 5 minutes, building and falling in intensity like some kind of horrible music. The scraping quality had evolved into something more complex, with layers of different tones and rhythms that suggested multiple sources or a single source capable of producing incredibly complex vocalizations. Most disturbing of all, we began to detect patterns in the sounds, repetitive elements that suggested language or communication. Brendan was convinced that whatever was making the noise was trying to tell us something, though he couldn't imagine what or why. Joel thought it sounded more like hunting calls, the way predators sometimes use vocalizations to coordinate attacks or drive prey into specific areas. Derek's behavior became increasingly suspicious as the week progressed. He spent more and more time away from the cabin during evening hours, claiming he was meeting with other counselors or attending staff meetings. When he was present, he seemed nervous and distracted, constantly checking his watch and looking toward the windows that faced the lagoon. We caught him having whispered phone conversations that ended abruptly whenever one of us entered the room. On Thursday night, Kevin was on watch duty when he saw lights moving on the far shore of the lagoon. Not flashlights or lanterns, but pale, flickering illumination that seemed to dance just above the water's surface. He woke the rest of us, and we all witnessed the phenomena for nearly an hour before the lights gradually faded and disappeared. The camp administration's response to our growing distress was to suggest we were suffering from group hysteria, brought on by sleeping too little and spending too much time together. Mrs. Fletcher offered to arrange transfers to different cabins for any of us who wanted to separate from the group, but none of us were willing to face this alone. By Friday, we had developed a detailed plan for staying awake all night and maintaining continuous observation of the lagoon. We arranged our sleeping bags so we all had clear views of the windows, and we positioned Carlos's baseball bat and several large flashlights within easy reach. Whatever was happening, we were determined to confront it directly rather than cowering in ignorance. Saturday night marked our final evening at Camp Riverside, and we approached it with a combination of terror and determination. If we were going to solve this mystery, it had to be tonight. After that, we'd be returning to our homes across the Pacific Northwest, and whatever we'd experienced would become just another summer camp story that no one would believe. Derek had disappeared entirely that evening, claiming he needed to help with preparations for Sunday's departure. But we suspected he was avoiding the cabin deliberately. This left us completely alone as darkness fell, and the familiar oppressive silence settled over the lagoon. We had refined our watch system over the course of the week, with one person maintaining constant observation while the others rested in shifts. Tonight, however, all 5 of us stayed awake, positioned around the cabin with clear sight lines to every window and the door. Brendan had organized his notebooks and was ready to document everything in detail. Carlos gripped his baseball bat with white knuckles. Joel had positioned himself near the door, ready to either defend us or lead an escape if necessary. Kevin sat by the largest window facing the lagoon, his usual humor completely absent. The sound began earlier than usual that night, starting as a low vibration that we felt in our bones before we could actually hear it. As it built in intensity, the familiar scraping quality was joined by new elements. Clicking sounds like insects, low moaning that reminded us uncomfortably of human voices in distress, and an underlying rhythm that seemed almost musical. But tonight was different in a crucial way. Tonight we could tell exactly where the sound was coming from. It was rising from the lagoon itself, starting from the deepest parts of the water and echoing off the rocky shores until it filled the air around us. Kevin, positioned at the main window, began making urgent gestures for the rest of us to join him. His face was pale with shock, and his hands were shaking as he pointed toward the water. The surface of the lagoon, which had been perfectly still every night for the past week, was now churning with activity. Large shapes moved beneath the dark water, creating waves and ripples that caught the faint starlight and reflected it back in disturbing patterns. Whatever was down there was massive. The displacement of water suggested something much larger than any known aquatic animal. As we watched in horrified fascination, portions of the lagoon began to emit that same pale, flickering light Kevin had seen earlier in the week. The illumination pulsed in rhythm with the sounds, creating an hypnotic display that was beautiful and terrifying at the same time. Then, at the height of the auditory assault, something broke the surface of the water. What we saw defied every rational explanation we could construct. It wasn't a creature in any biological sense. It was more like a distortion in reality itself. A dark shape that seemed to bend light around it and make our eyes water when we tried to focus on it directly. It moved with fluid grace despite having no clearly defined anatomy, rising from the lagoon's depths like a living shadow-given substance. The thing, for lack of a better word, approached the shore directly below our cabin. As it moved through the shallow water near the bank, we could see that it displaced liquid without creating the ripples or splash patterns that any physical object should produce. It was as if the water itself was rearranging to accommodate something that wasn't entirely present in our reality. Joel made a sound deep in his throat, something between a gasp and a moan, and stumbled backward from the window. Carlos raised his baseball bat, though what good a wooden club would do against something that might not even be fully material was anyone's guess. The entity paused at the water's edge, and though it had no visible sensory organs, we all felt the overwhelming certainty that it was looking directly at us. The sound it produced intensified, taking on new harmonic layers that seemed to resonate inside our skulls. Brendan's pen fell from his nerveless fingers, and his notebook slipped to the floor as he stared in shock. What happened next challenged everything we thought we understood about reality, consciousness, and the boundaries between the living and the dead. The entity began to rise from the lagoon, not climbing onto the shore, but simply elevating itself through space as if gravity had no hold on it. As it ascended toward our cabin's deck, its form became more distinct, while simultaneously becoming more impossible to comprehend. It was roughly humanoid in shape, but wrong in every proportion. Its limbs were too long, joints bending in directions that shouldn't be possible. What might have been a torso stretched and contracted as if it were made of smoke rather than solid matter. Most disturbing of all, where a head should have been, there was only a roiling mass of darkness that hurt to look at directly. The sound it produced was no longer coming from any specific part of its body. Instead, the noise seemed to emanate from the air around it, from the wooden deck beneath our feet, from inside our own minds. It was communication of a sort, but not communication meant for human understanding. We were receiving information, but our brains weren't equipped to process what we were learning. Kevin collapsed to his knees, pressing his hands against his ears in a futile attempt to block out the psychic intrusion. Carlos swung his baseball bat at the window, not trying to hit the entity, but simply needing to do something, anything, to assert some form of control over the situation. The wooden bat splintered against the reinforced glass, leaving him holding a broken handle. Brendan, remarkably, was still trying to document what was happening, scribbling notes even as his hands shook so violently the words were barely legible. Joel had backed himself into a corner, farm boy pragmatism warring with the evidence of his senses as he tried to process something that simply couldn't exist. I found myself pressed against the far wall of the cabin, legs too weak to support my weight properly, staring at the impossible thing that hovered just outside our windows. It wasn't threatening us in any conventional sense. It wasn't trying to break in or harm us physically. Instead, it seemed to be studying us, learning about us, perhaps trying to understand us in the same way we were trying to understand it. The realization that struck me then was more terrifying than anything we'd experienced so far. This thing had been here all along. It lived in the lagoon, in the isolated waters that supported no conventional life, and it had been watching campers for decades. The off-limits areas, the rehearsed explanations from counselors, the way older campers reacted when we described our experiences, it all made sense now. Camp Riverside was built here specifically because of the entity, not in spite of it. The camp served as a kind of feeding ground, providing the creature with a steady stream of young minds to study and influence. We weren't the first group to experience these encounters, and we wouldn't be the last. Derek's absences, his nervous behavior, his deliberate avoidance of the cabin during our encounters. He knew exactly what was happening. The entire staff knew. They were complicit in whatever relationship existed between the camp and the thing in the lagoon. As this understanding crystallized in my mind, the entity's attention seemed to sharpen, focusing on me with an intensity that made my vision blur and my ears ring. It had detected my realization, my sudden comprehension of the larger truth, and it was pleased. Not pleased in any human sense, but satisfied that its study of our group had yielded the desired results. The sound it produced changed, becoming almost conversational, as if it were explaining something important that we needed to understand. But the explanation wasn't meant for our conscious minds. It was being written directly into our subconscious, becoming part of our memories and dreams and nightmares. We would leave Camp Riverside the next morning, return to our normal lives, and carry this experience with us forever. We would never speak of it to our parents, our friends, or anyone else who hadn't shared it with us. Not because we chose to keep it secret, but because the entity had made it impossible for us to communicate the truth to anyone who wasn't already part of its expanding network of witnesses. Years later, some of us would find ourselves drawn back to isolated bodies of water, standing at the edges of dark lakes and ponds, listening for sounds that shouldn't exist. Others would discover that they could hear things that other people couldn't, sounds from places that existed between reality and something else entirely. The entity retreated back into the lagoon as dawn approached, sinking below the surface with the same impossible grace it had displayed while rising. The water became still once more, reflecting nothing but empty sky, giving no indication that anything extraordinary had ever disturbed its depths. We packed our belongings in silence that Sunday morning, avoiding each other's eyes and speaking only when absolutely necessary. The bus ride home was conducted in uncomfortable quiet, each of us lost in our own thoughts and trying to process what we'd experienced. I never saw Carlos, Brendan, Joel, or Kevin again after that summer. We had each other's contact information, but none of us ever used it. The experience had bonded us together in a way that was simultaneously profound and unbearable. We were connected now to something larger than ourselves, part of a network of witnesses that stretched back decades and would continue to grow with each new group of campers who spent a week in Cabin 7. Sometimes, on quiet nights when the wind is still and the darkness seems deeper than it should be, I can still hear that sound echoing across the years. It's calling to others now, drawing new witnesses to remote places where reality grows thin and impossible things wait in the depths of dark water. Camp Riverside is still operating, still welcoming teenagers for character-building summer experiences. The lagoon is still there, still lifeless on the surface, still hiding something that defies every rational explanation. And somewhere in that dark water, the entity continues its ancient study of human consciousness, adding new voices to its ever-growing chorus of witnesses. God help the next group of kids who get assigned to Cabin 7. I've spent most of my life in this forgotten desert town where the population sign optimistically claims just over 200 residents. Truthfully, I suspect we're down to fewer folks these days. Anyone passing through might envy the apparent tranquility. No traffic congestion, no glaring streetlights, nothing but arid landscape and distant mountains stretching toward infinity in every direction. The isolation can be deceiving in its beauty. During those early morning moments when the sun first breaches the horizon, painting the desert in gold and amber, you might feel like the last person on Earth. There's a strange comfort in that solitude initially. The vast emptiness offers a kind of peaceful detachment from the chaos of civilization. But that's the insidious thing about isolation. The comfort of solitude transforms gradually, imperceptibly, until you suddenly realize how utterly alone you truly are. That's when the emptiness becomes something else entirely, something that watches and waits. Our home sits on the eastern edge of town, a weathered two-story structure that's withstood decades of merciless sun and howling winter winds. My father purchased the property before I was born, drawn by its affordability and the promise of self-sufficiency. My mother had initially resisted the move, but eventually surrendered to his vision of rural serenity. Growing up here with my older brother and younger sister, we learned to manufacture our own entertainment. The television rarely captured anything beyond static, and internet connectivity remained a distant luxury. We instead devoted ourselves to exploring our surroundings, mapping the contours of our isolation with childish enthusiasm. The vast desert became our playground, particularly the massive gravel pits that marked the southernmost boundary of our property. This rugged terrain, scarred by industrial excavation years before our arrival, held an irresistible allure for us. We christened it our secret base, though there was nothing remotely secret about it. The entire area consisted of enormous, dusty depressions, scattered rock formations, and a few corroded metal signs warning trespassers to keep out. Those warnings, naturally, only enhanced the location's appeal for 3 adventure-starved children. In retrospect, I recognize that our parents permitted these explorations out of necessity rather than negligence. The practical demands of maintaining our remote existence consumed their attention, leaving us to create our own diversions within loosely defined boundaries. We established elaborate games among the gravel pits, survival scenarios, exploration missions, archaeological expeditions uncovering ancient artifacts that were merely rusted machinery parts. The area felt exhilarating under the blazing midday sun, yet simultaneously unsettling in its profound silence. No birds soared overhead, no insects buzzed. The desert observed our intrusions with mute indifference, or so I believed at the time. One particularly scorching August afternoon, when the heat created shimmering mirages across the desert floor, my siblings and I embarked on what we called an ultimate expedition. We challenged ourselves to venture deeper into the gravel pits than ever before, pushing past our usual boundaries despite the instinctive discomfort that intensified with each step. "Let's see who chickens out first," my brother taunted, always the instigator. At 14, he maintained an irritating superiority over my 12 years and our sister's 9. We trudged forward, our sneakers crunching against the sun-baked earth. The familiar landmarks of our usual playground gradually disappeared behind us as we penetrated further into unexplored territory. The silence grew more oppressive with each passing minute, as if the surrounding desert were consciously registering our presence. The air felt heavier, almost resistant to our progress. "Is it getting darker?" my sister whispered, though the sun remained high overhead. I understood what she meant. Not literal darkness, but a heaviness, a subtle dimming of the atmosphere that defied rational explanation. We had just crested a small ridge when we saw it. The structure stood approximately 30 yards ahead, nestled in a shallow depression. Someone had arranged thick wooden logs into a conical formation, a teepee of remarkable craftsmanship, roughly 7 feet tall at its highest point. The wood appeared freshly cut, pale and stripped of bark, the surfaces still gleaming with sap. We froze collectively, staring at this impossible construction. "Where did the wood come from?" I murmured, voicing the obvious contradiction. Our landscape supported nothing but scrubby vegetation and stunted cacti. The nearest substantial trees grew in the mountains miles away. Transporting logs of that size through the desert would require considerable effort and equipment. "Maybe it's always been here," my brother suggested, though his voice betrayed his uncertainty. For several minutes we remained motionless, debating our next move. Part of me urged investigation. What purpose could such a structure serve in this desolate location? But a stronger instinct counseled retreat. Something about the teepee's precise geometry and inexplicable presence triggered deep-seated alarm signals. "We should tell Mom and Dad," my sister decided, tugging at my sleeve. We backed away slowly, maintaining visual contact with the structure until distance obscured it from view. During our return journey, we affected casual bravado, trading theories about the teepee's origins. Yet beneath our forced nonchalance, genuine unease permeated our conversation. That night I lay awake in bed, replaying the discovery in my mind. The image of those perfectly aligned logs, arranged with mathematical precision in a location where they simply shouldn't exist, resisted logical explanation. Desert wind rattled my window, and for one disorienting moment, I thought I heard rhythmic tapping against the glass. 3 distinct beats, followed by silence, then repeated. I pulled my blanket over my head and forced myself to focus on my breathing until exhaustion finally claimed me. 3 days passed before curiosity overcame caution. My siblings and I found ourselves drawn back to the gravel pits, ostensibly to retrieve a baseball cap my brother claimed to have lost during our previous expedition. We all recognized the transparent excuse, but none of us challenged it. The midday heat had subsided slightly, making our trek more tolerable. We approached the area where we'd spotted the teepee with increasing trepidation, our pace slowing instinctively as we neared the final ridge. "What if someone's there this time?" my sister whispered. The thought hadn't occurred to me, and I felt a sudden constriction in my chest. Who would construct such a structure in this desolate location? More importantly, for what purpose? We proceeded with greater caution, crouching low as we scaled the ridge. Peering over the top, I confirmed the teepee remained exactly as we'd left it, unchanged and unattended. "See? Nobody's here," my brother announced with exaggerated confidence, straightening up and beginning his descent toward the structure. My sister and I exchanged apprehensive glances before reluctantly following. As we approached, I noticed something dark spread across the ground directly in front of the teepee's entrance, something that definitely hadn't been there during our previous visit. "Wait," I called out, but my brother had already spotted it. The object became identifiable as we drew nearer, a large bird, either a crow or raven, lying spread-eagled on the ground. Its wings had been stretched to their full span and somehow fixed in position. Most disturbing was the precise vertical incision that divided the creature perfectly down its center, from head to tail. The dissection appeared surgical in its precision. No blood stained the surrounding earth. The bird's internal organs had been removed, leaving hollow cavities exposed to the desert air. Despite the blistering heat that should have accelerated decomposition, no detectable odor emanated from the carcass, and no flies gathered around it. My sister released a muffled gasp, stepping backward involuntarily. I wanted to offer reassurance, but my vocal cords refused to cooperate. My brother, typically boastful and dismissive of danger, remained uncharacteristically silent, his face drained of color. Without discussion, we retreated, maintaining a strained composure until safely beyond the ridge. Then we ran, abandoning all pretense of courage, our footsteps pounding against the hard-packed earth in desperate rhythm. That evening, after dinner, I approached my mother in the kitchen. Something compelled me to seek adult validation, to confirm that our discovery warranted the profound dread it had inspired. "Mom, we found something weird in the gravel pits today," I began hesitantly. She glanced up from the dishes she was washing, her expression distracted. "What's that, honey?" I described the teepee and the dissected bird, watching her face carefully for signs of appropriate alarm. Instead, her features registered mild skepticism. "A teepee? Out there?" She dried her hands on a dishcloth. "Show me tomorrow." The following afternoon, I led my mother and siblings back to the location. I felt a perverse combination of dread and vindication as we approached the ridge. Dread at confronting the macabre scene again, vindication at finally having adult acknowledgement of our discovery. But when we crested the ridge, the depression lay empty. No teepee, no bird carcass, not even indentations in the soil where the structure had stood. The ground appeared completely undisturbed, as if nothing had ever existed there. My mother gave me that look, the one parents reserve for children whose imaginations have temporarily overtaken reality. "Well," she said carefully, "sometimes the desert plays tricks on your eyes." My siblings remained suspiciously quiet during the exchange. Later, in the privacy of my brother's room, We confirmed that we had all seen the same things. The teepee had been real, the bird had been real, and someone had removed all evidence of both with meticulous thoroughness. From that day forward, the gravel pits lost their charm for us. We found other diversions, other territories to explore, though none ventured as far from home as before. As summer faded into autumn, I developed an intensified awareness of my surroundings. Small details that previously escaped notice now demanded attention. A patch of footprints leading nowhere in the yard, sudden silences when birds should be chattering, or the way shadows seemed to linger after sunset, stretching toward our house with apparent purpose. I began noticing peculiarities that defied easy explanation. Objects in my room would be subtly repositioned while I attended school. The wind chimes on our porch would remain motionless during gusts that bent tree branches. Our dogs would sometimes refuse to enter certain rooms, hackles raised, emitting low, continuous growls at empty corners. My sleep patterns deteriorated. I would wake precisely at 3:17 a.m. nearly every night, heart racing, convinced someone had whispered directly into my ear. The words remained indecipherable, but the urgency behind them left me shaking beneath my blankets until dawn. I concealed these observations from my family, afraid they would dismiss them as childish anxiety or, worse, subject me to psychological evaluation. Instead, I channeled my unease into meticulous documentation, maintaining a journal of anomalies and attempting to identify patterns or explanations. One particular evening in late October, I decided to engage in what had previously been my favorite activity, stargazing. The desert sky, unpolluted by artificial light, offered spectacular celestial displays. I positioned myself in the bed of our pickup truck, jacket folded beneath my head for comfort, and gazed upward at the vast cosmic panorama. The distant lowing of cattle from the neighboring feedlot provided familiar ambient noise. Several miles separated our property from the agricultural operation, but sound carried remarkably well across the desert, especially at night. I found the rhythmic animal vocalizations oddly comforting, evidence of other living creatures sharing our isolation. As darkness deepened, the cattle began their usual evening restlessness, a collective murmuring that typically subsided within 30 minutes. But that night, something shifted in the audio landscape. One particular vocalization distinguished itself from the generalized lowing, a sound that initially registered as bovine, but gradually transformed into something unnervingly different. The noise elongated, developing modulations impossible for cattle anatomy to produce. It acquired tonal qualities that resembled human vocalization, yet remained fundamentally alien, neither animal nor human, but something occupying a disturbing middle ground. I sat upright in the truck bed, straining to isolate the source. The sound continued uninterrupted, a modulating drone that somehow projected directional focus despite originating from considerable distance. It seemed to bypass normal acoustic physics, maintaining consistent volume and clarity regardless of wind direction or environmental barriers. Most disturbing was the sensation that accompanied the sound, the unshakable conviction that it was intended specifically for me. Not general broadcast, but targeted communication. My name wasn't spoken, yet I felt personally addressed, summoned, expected to respond. My rational mind constructed desperate explanations, mechanical equipment malfunctioning, unusual weather conditions creating audio distortions, even potential hallucination from excessive stress. But my instincts rejected these possibilities with absolute certainty. Something out there was calling. And it knew I was listening. I abandoned my stargazing, practically vaulting from the truck bed and sprinting toward the house. Inside, I engaged every lock and closed every blind, creating artificial barriers against whatever generated that sound. I didn't mention the incident to my family, but that night I pushed my dresser against my bedroom door before attempting sleep. The cattle remained silent for 3 consecutive days afterward. When they resumed normal vocalizations on the 4th evening, I monitored them carefully from inside the house. The anomalous sound never recurred, yet its absence provided little comfort. Instead, I felt as though something had simply changed its approach, recognizing the need for greater subtlety. Summer arrived again, bringing with it our family's annual camping tradition. Every July, we would escape the desert heat by retreating to the mountains approximately 60 miles north of our property. The elevation provided cooler temperatures, pine forests, and temporary relief from our isolation. That year, my father selected a new location, a secluded clearing accessible only by a narrow dirt road that challenged even our four-wheel drive vehicle. The remoteness appealed to him, promising uninterrupted communion with nature. My mother expressed reservations about the site's distance from ranger stations or other campers, but eventually acquiesced. We arrived late afternoon and established our campsite efficiently, having perfected the process over years of practice. My brother and sister erected the larger family tent while my parents organized cooking equipment. I assumed responsibility for securing our supplies against wildlife intrusion, particularly bears that occasionally ventured into camping areas. My dog Toad, a mixed-breed companion I'd raised from puppyhood, accompanied us on this expedition. His presence provided significant comfort given my heightened vigilance following the previous year's incidents. Toad possessed remarkable sensitivity to environmental changes and had proven reliable at detecting potential threats long before human awareness. After completing initial setup, my father suggested gathering additional firewood for evening requirements. The surrounding forest offered abundant fallen branches, though larger logs would necessitate venturing further from camp. "I'll check that direction," I volunteered, pointing toward a promising section of woods. "Toad will help me carry stuff back." My father nodded approval, tossing me a pair of work gloves. "Stay within shouting distance," he cautioned. "We'll have dinner ready in about an hour." Toad and I set off, following a faint game trail that wound between towering pines. The dense canopy overhead created premature twilight at ground level, filtering sunlight into scattered golden shafts that illuminated suspended dust particles. The forest smelled of resin and decomposing vegetation, ordinarily pleasant natural aromas that somehow seemed overly intense, almost deliberately concentrated. We collected serviceable branches as we progressed, creating a small bundle under my arm. Toad trotted slightly ahead, occasionally stopping to investigate interesting scents. His behavior remained normal, which reassured me despite the growing sense of disconnection from our campsite. The forest absorbed sound with remarkable efficiency. Within minutes, my family's voices had completely disappeared, replaced by the subtle ambient noise of wind through pine needles and distant bird calls. I maintained mental tracking of our route, noting distinctive trees and rock formations to ensure uncomplicated return. Approximately 15 minutes into our excursion, I noticed Toad's demeanor change. His ears shifted position, rotating like satellite dishes attempting to capture faint signals. He stopped abruptly, head cocked toward something beyond my perception. Simultaneously, I experienced a peculiar sensation, a compulsion to deviate from the trail we followed. The urge manifested not as thought, but as physical pull, drawing my attention deeper into the forest's uncharted sections. A specific direction called, with irresistible force, promising discovery of profound significance. The rational portion of my consciousness recognized this impulse as dangerously similar to the cattle sound incident, external influence disguised as internal motivation. Yet the compulsion intensified, overwhelming logical resistance. My legs actually began moving without conscious direction, carrying me off the established path toward whatever awaited in the deeper woods. Toad's sudden sharp bark shattered the trance-like state. He lunged forward, seizing my pant leg between his teeth and pulling backward with surprising force. The physical interruption broke the compulsion's hold, returning full autonomic control. I stood disoriented, suddenly aware that I'd nearly wandered away from our carefully tracked route. Toad maintained his grip on my clothing, growling softly but persistently. "Good boy," I whispered, crouching to stroke his head with trembling hands. "Good boy." We returned to camp directly, abandoning the firewood collection mission. I offered no explanation for our abbreviated expedition or empty hands, merely claiming difficulty finding suitable materials. My family accepted this explanation without question, unaware of how narrowly disaster had been averted. That night, confined within our tent, Toad refused to sleep. He remained vigilant at the zippered entrance, occasionally emitting low-warning growls directed toward the surrounding forest. Each time he reacted, I strained to detect whatever triggered his response, but human senses proved inadequate to the task. Dawn arrived after what seemed an interminable night. When we eventually broke camp 3 days later, I experienced profound relief at leaving the mountains behind. The desert's familiar dangers suddenly seemed preferable to whatever lurked among those shadowed pines, patiently waiting for unwary travelers to stray from established paths. Winter descended with unusual severity that year. November brought unprecedented snowfall to our typically arid region, transforming the desert landscape into an alien terrain of white dunes and ice-encrusted vegetation. The temperature plummeted, reaching record lows that challenged our home's heating system and froze exposed water pipes. The novelty of snow initially delighted us, providing rare opportunity for traditional winter activities: snowman construction, impromptu sledding on plastic storage container lids, even genuine snowball fights. But as days progressed into weeks without thaw, the persistent cold fostered growing claustrophobia and irritability. By December, cabin fever had thoroughly infected our household. My mother maintained forced cheerfulness, organizing indoor activities and elaborately decorating for approaching holidays. My father spent increasing time in his workshop, emerging only for meals and necessary household maintenance. My siblings and I alternated between bickering and uneasy cooperation in games that no longer adequately distracted us. Our 2 dogs, Toad and a Siberian husky named Winter, suffered most from confinement. Accustomed to extensive outdoor exploration, they became restless and occasionally destructive when limited to brief, supervised excursions in the snow-covered yard. One particularly bitter evening, as twilight surrendered to full darkness, my mother noticed Winter's absence from his customary position near the living room heater. A quick household search confirmed he had somehow escaped our vigilance and presumably the house itself, though no doors showed signs of being left open. "He must have slipped out when your father brought in firewood," my mother concluded, already pulling on her heavy coat. "We need to find him before he gets too far." Despite temperatures well below freezing and developing fog that limited visibility to mere yards, we organized immediate search efforts. My father took the truck to check neighboring properties while my mother, sister, and I prepared to follow Winter's tracks visible in the fresh snow covering our yard. We bundled in multiple layers, equipped ourselves with flashlights, and ventured into the frigid darkness. Toad accompanied us, presumably to assist in locating his companion, though his reluctance to leave the house required unusual coaxing. Winter's paw prints led directly away from our property toward open desert, the opposite direction from town or neighboring farms. The tracks remained clearly defined despite light snowfall that had begun shortly after our departure. Why would he go this way? My sister wondered aloud, her breath forming visible clouds in the flashlight beam. "There's nothing out here." My mother offered no response, her expression concealed behind her scarf and the deepening darkness. We continued following the tracks for approximately 20 minutes, our progress slowed by increasingly difficult terrain. The fog thickened steadily, reducing visibility and transforming familiar landmarks into looming, indistinct shapes. Eventually, my mother made a practical decision. "We should get the truck," she determined. "We'll cover more ground, and it's getting dangerously cold." She designated me to return home and bring the vehicle once my father returned. "Take Toad with you," she instructed. "We'll continue a bit further on foot." I nodded agreement, secretly relieved at the prospect of temporary retreat from the oppressive combination of cold, fog, and growing unease. Toad and I turned back, following our own footprints through the accumulating snow. The return journey proved unexpectedly challenging. The fog had intensified dramatically, creating an impenetrable white wall that reduced visibility to arm's length. Our tracks, so clearly defined earlier, now appeared partially obscured by fresh snowfall. Toad pressed close against my leg, uncharacteristically submissive rather than leading the way as usual. We had progressed perhaps halfway home when I first noticed the sound, a soft, rhythmic vocalization emerging from somewhere within the surrounding whiteness. Initially, I attributed it to wind interaction with distant structures or perhaps ice formations cracking under temperature changes. But the sound possessed definite structure, modulated tones that suggested language rather than random natural processes. The vocalization maintained consistent volume despite wind directional changes, indicating targeted projection rather than atmospheric dispersion. Most unsettling was the unmistakable sensation of being directly addressed. Though I comprehended nothing of the actual communication, its intentionality registered with absolute clarity. Whatever generated these sounds knew exactly where I was within the obscuring fog and directed its message with precision. The language, if indeed it was language, resembled nothing in my experience. Not English, Spanish, or any recognizable human communication. The sounds combined elements of chanting with tonal variations that seemed mathematically rather than emotionally determined. Patterns too precise for human vocal production. Despite freezing temperature, perspiration formed on my skin beneath multiple clothing layers. An overwhelming urge to follow the sound's source manifested physically, creating directional pull similar to the forest incident months earlier. My legs actually began turning toward the voice before conscious recognition interrupted the response. Toad's intervention proved decisive once again. He seized my coat sleeve between his teeth, tugging with insistent force away from the sound's apparent origin. His entire body trembled, yet he maintained determined opposition to whatever summoned me. I resisted the compelling force with tremendous effort, focusing entirely on Toad's counteracting presence. We continued homeward with increased urgency, the dog now actively pulling me forward as if recognizing my vulnerable psychological state. The strange vocalization persisted uninterrupted, maintaining consistent volume regardless of increasing distance, another physical impossibility that confirmed its unnatural origin. Only when our house finally materialized through the fog did the sound gradually diminish, though whether from actual reduction or psychological relief remained uncertain. I fumbled with frozen fingers at the door lock, practically falling inside once it opened. The contrast between exterior darkness and interior illumination momentarily blinded me. I secured every lock, drew every curtain, then collapsed into a kitchen chair, shaking uncontrollably. Minutes passed before I remembered my purpose, retrieving the truck to assist my mother and sister. I forced myself upright, moving toward the living room where my father would likely enter upon his return. Toad followed closely, maintaining physical contact as if afraid I might still respond to the external summons. My father arrived shortly thereafter, reporting no sign of Winter in any locations he'd checked. When informed of the Husky's desert direction, he expressed confusion equal to ours, but prepared immediately to extend the search by vehicle. I accompanied him despite lingering dread, unable to abandon my mother and sister to whatever lurked within that fog. We drove slowly along primitive desert tracks, headlights barely penetrating the murky whiteness. Neither of us mentioned the abnormal density and persistence of the fog in our typically arid environment. We located my mother and sister approximately 2 miles from our property, still following Winter's increasingly indistinct tracks. They reported no unusual experiences beyond normal concern for the missing dog. We continued searching for another hour before deteriorating conditions forced our retreat. Winter returned independently the following morning, appearing at our door as if merely concluding a routine outing. His fur contained ice crystals, but showed no injury or distress. He accepted food and water normally, then slept undisturbed for nearly 20 hours. Behavior my father attributed to physical exhaustion from extended exposure. I observed Winter carefully during subsequent days, seeking evidence of altered behavior or external influence. Nothing obvious manifested, yet subtle changes gradually became apparent. The husky developed heightened territorial responses, growling at unseen presences near property boundaries. He frequently positioned himself at windows during night hours, maintaining alert watchfulness toward the desert. Most significantly, Winter and Toad, previously inseparable companions, now maintained careful distance from each other. Occasional resource guarding had occurred before, but this represented fundamental relationship alteration. They occupied separate rooms when possible and avoided direct interaction even during outdoor activities. I never mentioned the strange vocalization to my family. The experience defied credible description, and I feared their reaction should they attribute it to psychological instability rather than external reality. Yet privately, I wondered what might have occurred had Toad not intervened, where that compelling voice would have led me, and what purpose my arrival might have served. Spring eventually reclaimed our landscape, melting snow and reviving dormant vegetation. Desert wildflowers erupted in brief, spectacular bloom, creating temporary carpets of color across formerly monochromatic terrain. Temperatures moderated, allowing resumption of outdoor activities and relieving the psychological pressure of winter confinement. Superficially, our family readjusted to normal seasonal patterns. My parents focused on property maintenance delayed by harsh winter conditions. My siblings engaged in school activities and renewed social connections in town. The dogs resumed territorial patrols and enthusiastic exploration. I alone remained fundamentally altered by recent experiences. The incidents, the teepee discovery, the cattle sounds, the forest compulsion, the voice in the fog, had coalesced into undeniable pattern. Something observed our family with deliberate attention. More specifically, it observed me with particular interest, escalating contact attempts with concerning regularity. I established defensive routines without explaining their purpose to my family. Window checks before sunset, door lock verification, strategic nightlight placement to eliminate shadows in my bedroom. I restricted personal movements to daylight hours and populated areas, avoiding solitary excursions regardless of purpose. Toad received permission to sleep in my room, providing both psychological comfort and practical early warning capacity. Most significantly, I began systematic documentation of all unusual occurrences, however minor. A notebook concealed beneath my mattress accumulated observations. Weather anomalies, animal behavior changes, unexplained sounds, temporal inconsistencies between clocks, and equipment malfunctions. The individual entries initially appeared random, trivial enough to dismiss individually. But visualized collectively, patterns emerged with disturbing clarity. Incidents clustered around specific calendar dates and lunar phases. Activity intensified during transition periods, dawn, dusk, seasonal changes. Geographical focus shifted systematically around our property, as if testing perimeter vulnerabilities. Whatever studied us operated with methodical precision, gathering information while simultaneously announcing its presence through calculated revelation. The contradictory approach suggested multiple purposes: observation combined with deliberate intimidation, or perhaps invitation. I hesitated to label the entity behind these manifestations. Entity itself implied unwarranted assumptions about singularity versus collective, consciousness versus natural process, intentionality versus random occurrence. Yet abstaining from identification provided no practical advantage in confronting tangible threat. Linguistic constructs shape perception. By refusing to name something, I potentially limited my capacity to recognize and respond appropriately. Conversely, incorrect naming might create false conceptual framework, directing attention toward irrelevant characteristics while obscuring genuine nature. I compromised by developing a private designation, the observer, acknowledging its primary demonstrated function without presuming physical form or motivational framework. The label provided sufficient cognitive anchor without excessive constraint on evolving understanding. Approximately 3 months after the winter fog incident, I identified the first evidence of escalation. Previously, manifestations occurred exclusively outdoors or at transitional spaces like windows and doorways. The observer maintained minimum safe distance, perhaps respecting symbolic boundaries or operating within physical constraints. That changed on a Tuesday evening in late April. I awoke at precisely 3:17 a.m., the time increasingly significant in documented patterns, with immediate awareness of altered room conditions. Temperature had dropped noticeably despite closed windows and functioning heating system. The air carried unfamiliar scent, metallic yet organic, like copper mixed with pine resin and something fundamentally unidentifiable. Most significantly, sound had disappeared completely. Not merely household noises or external environmental sounds, but the fundamental ambient audio background of existence, the subtle white noise that accompanies normal human perception. Its absence created vacuum-like sensation that pressurized my eardrums and momentarily disrupted equilibrium. Toad stood rigid beside my bed, focused intently on my bedroom doorway. His posture communicated extreme alertness rather than aggression, assessment rather than reaction preparation. No growl emanated from his throat, yet his entire body vibrated with tension. The doorway contained nothing visible. The hallway beyond remained dark, undisturbed. Yet Toad's unwavering attention confirmed presence beyond human visual perception. Something occupied that threshold, evaluating potential entry. I remained motionless, maintaining regular breathing despite accelerated heart rate. Flight response triggered adrenaline release, yet instinct counseled absolute stillness. Movement might provoke engagement rather than deter it. Predatory response often initiates through detected motion. Minutes extended with excruciating slowness. The invisible presence maintained position, neither advancing nor retreating. Toad remained equally stationary, locked in silent confrontation with whatever occupied the doorway. Eventually, timing unrecorded but subjectively extensive, environmental normality gradually returned. Ambient sound phased back into perceptibility. Temperature elevated incrementally. The metallic organic scent dissipated, though lingering traces remained until dawn. Toad relaxed progressively, eventually settling into watchful rather than confrontational posture. By morning, he had resumed normal behavior patterns, though he maintained subtle doorway vigilance for several subsequent days. The incident represented significant boundary violation, the first confirmed interior manifestation. The observer had escalated proximity, testing access to personal space previously respected. This development necessitated strategic response, yet viable options remained limited by information deficiency and isolation. I contemplated informing my parents, but recognized the probable outcome. Without personally experiencing the accumulating evidence, they would likely attribute my concerns to psychological factors, imagination, anxiety, perhaps even developing mental illness. Intervention attempts might include counterproductive medical approaches or, worse, removal from the environment containing necessary observational data. Instead, I intensified personal vigilance and documentation efforts. I installed rudimentary early warning systems, string with attached bells across doorways, talcum powder dusting on windowsills and floors to capture evidence of disturbance. I positioned small objects in precise arrangements throughout my room, photographing their placement for comparison after any suspected intrusion. Most importantly, I maintained constant awareness that the observer had fundamentally altered its approach. The testing phase had apparently concluded. Whatever evaluation criteria determined its actions had been satisfied. A new phase had begun. 1 year has passed since I began systematic documentation of the observer's activities. My original notebook has expanded to 3 volumes, containing detailed accounts of 37 distinct manifestations of varying intensity. The pattern analysis reveals accelerating frequency and escalating proximity, a trend line indicating intentional progression towards some undefined threshold event. My family remains oblivious to the situation's true nature. They acknowledge occasional unexplained occurrences, but attribute them to natural desert phenomena, house settling, wildlife activity, or perceptual misinterpretation. Their psychological defense mechanisms function admirably, maintaining comforting rationality through selective attention and creative explanation. I've ceased attempting to enlighten them. Their ignorance potentially serves protective function, as the observer appears primarily fixated on my awareness rather than general household surveillance. My siblings have experienced only peripheral contact with manifestations, and my parents report nothing beyond typical rural anomalies readily dismissed. Only Winter shares my direct experience, though his behavioral responses follow canine rather than human interpretative patterns. Since the fog incident, he maintains heightened alertness during nocturnal hours, positioning himself strategically near access points and responding to unseen stimuli with clear recognition. Toad remains my most reliable detection system and intervention mechanism. His sensitivity to the observer's presence consistently precedes human perception, providing crucial warning before manifestation achieves full effect. More significantly, his protective response has repeatedly interrupted whatever influence the observer attempts to exert on my cognitive and physical systems. I've established a functional coexistence framework based on recognition without engagement. I acknowledge the observer's presence when indicated by established markers, but refuse active response to its increasingly obvious invitation. The nature and purpose of that invitation remains unconfirmed, though contextual evidence suggests significant risk in acceptance. My documentation now includes meteorological correlations, astronomical alignments, and biorhythmic factors associated with manifestation events. Clear patterns have emerged. Activity intensifies during new moon phases, barometric pressure fluctuations, geomagnetic disturbances, and specific seasonal transitions. These correlations suggest natural rather than supernatural mechanisms, though the distinction provides minimal practical value regarding defense strategies. I've researched similar phenomena reported in other isolated rural locations, finding disturbing parallels despite geographical separation. Patterns of observation preceding direct contact, auditory manifestations resembling language but defying linguistic categorization, compelling sensations drawing individuals toward specific locations, animals detecting presence before human perception registers change. The consistent elements suggest objective rather than subjective experience, actual external phenomena rather than psychological projection or hallucination. This conclusion offers mixed implications. External reality potentially permits physical intervention strategies but also confirms genuine external intelligence with unknown capabilities and intentions. Tonight marks the summer solstice, historically associated with peak manifestation activity in my documentation. I've prepared accordingly, ensuring all household members remain indoors after sunset, despite seasonal tendency toward outdoor evening activities. I've verified all access points, positioned early warning indicators, and established communication redundancy should power or telephone service experience interruption. Toad maintains close proximity, his behavior indicating awareness of impending significant event. Winter positions himself separately but strategically, covering secondary household access points with vigilant attention. Their coordinated response developed without human direction, emerging naturally from shared experience and species-appropriate protective instincts. As darkness approaches, I complete final preparation checks and settle into observation position with unobstructed views of primary approach vectors. The desert beyond our property boundaries transitions through sunset colors toward deepening purple twilight. Distant mountains register final illumination before surrendering to encroaching shadow. The quiet begins. Not normal desert evening transition with gradual sound alteration as diurnal creatures yield to nocturnal counterparts. Instead, orchestrated silence descends with deliberate totality, eliminating all ambient background. The absence creates pressure sensation against eardrums and skin surface, a vacuum-adjacent condition that physics insists remains impossible in open-air environment. Toad registers the change instantly, moving to alert posture without vocal response. Winter similarly reacts from his distant position, visible through intervening doorways. Both animals direct attention toward identical focal point outside east-facing windows. Nothing visible occupies that location. The exterior lighting system illuminates empty desert landscape showing normal configuration without disturbance. Yet both dogs maintain unwavering focus, communicating absolute certainty regarding presence beyond human visual perception. The house interior temperature drops noticeably despite environmental control systems operating at standard parameters. My exhaled breath becomes visible in condensation clouds illuminated by reading lamp. The metallic organic scent manifests with unprecedented intensity, suggesting proximity increase beyond previous encounters. Then sound returns, not normal environmental audio, but singular focused vibration, directed with evident intent. The modulated tones contain mathematical precision exceeding human vocal production capability. Pattern suggests language or communication attempt, though fundamental structure bears no resemblance to terrestrial linguistic systems. The sound originates from precisely the location commanding canine attention, yet without visible source. It maintains consistent volume and clarity despite contradicting standard acoustic propagation principles. Most significantly, it generates the now familiar compulsion effect, irresistible urge to approach, to engage, to accept unspecified invitation. I recognize the response mechanism from previous encounters and implement practiced countermeasures, cognitive focus exercises, physical grounding techniques, perceptual frame shifting. The compulsion persists but remains manageable with deliberate resistance. Toad's presence provides additional anchoring, his physical contact interrupting the external influence. The manifestation continues approximately 17 minutes by documented timing, though subjective experience suggests considerably extended duration. Throughout this period, the observer maintains position and communication attempt without escalation or alteration, despite non-response from intended recipient. Then, with equivalent suddenness to its initiation, the phenomenon terminates. Environmental normality returns in systematic progression, temperature elevation, scent dissipation, ambient sound restoration. The only evidence of occurrence remains in documentation notes and subtle behavioral changes in household animals. I maintain vigilance throughout the night, anticipating potential secondary approach. None materializes. By dawn, the residential environment has completely normalized, with no residual indicators of visitation. The event follows established pattern in all measurable aspects, though intensity metrics register approximately 22% increase over previous peak manifestation. This escalation trajectory suggests critical threshold approaching within calculable time frame. Extrapolating from documented progression, I estimate approximately 3 months until the observer's activities achieve whatever objective drives this systematic campaign. The nature of that objective remains undetermined, though contextual indicators suggest transformative rather than destructive intent. I've considered relocation as potential avoidance strategy. Financial and logistical constraints present significant obstacles, but determined effort could potentially achieve geographic separation. However, pattern analysis from similar reported phenomena suggests relocation merely delays rather than prevents continuation. The observer demonstrates remarkable tracking capability, potentially independent of physical distance limitations. More concerning, interrupting the established interaction pattern might trigger accelerated timeline or altered methodology with unpredictable consequences. Current situation, while unsettling, maintains certain predictability and manageable parameters. Disruption introduces variables beyond analytical forecasting capability. For now, I maintain established protocols, documentation, vigilance, non-engagement, combined with non-resistance. I monitor household members for potential secondary targeting indicators. I research parallel phenomena for intervention strategies with demonstrated efficacy. I prepare contingency responses for escalation scenarios. Most importantly, I recognize fundamental truth emerging from accumulated evidence. This represents contact rather than conflict, invitation rather than invasion. The observer's persistent attention indicates selection rather than random targeting. Whatever drives its methodical campaign focuses specifically on established connection with particular recipient. The desert surrounding our isolated home contains more than empty space and silence. Something watches from that apparent void, its attention increasingly focused as some undefined 0 hour approaches. Whether its intentions harbor benefit or harm remains undetermined, but its patience demonstrates disturbing thoroughness. It studies, evaluates, and prepares with methodical precision. And at night, when the household settles into presumed security, I monitor our perimeters and listen. The usual farm sounds provide comforting background. Cattle lowing in distant fields, equipment humming along property boundaries, occasional vehicle traversing nearby roads. These normal auditory markers confirm temporary equilibrium. But I remain vigilant for the moment when those familiar sounds cease, when silence descends with unnatural totality. That absence signals the observer's return, another testing approach, another invitation delivery, another opportunity to discover its true nature and purpose. Until then, I maintain my watch. The doors remain locked, the lights stay on, and Toad keeps his protective vigil beside me, equally aware that our visitor will inevitably return. Some night very soon, the silence will fall again, and whatever waits in that silence will no longer be content merely to observe. I've always considered myself an experienced hiker. 10 years of backpacking across national parks had hardened me against most wilderness challenges, or so I thought. What happened in the North Cascades would forever change my understanding of fear. The late September air carried the first bite of autumn as I shouldered my pack at the remote trailhead. According to my map, the Hollow Ridge Trail stretched 26 miles through some of the most isolated terrain in Washington state. Few hikers ventured this deep, especially solo, but I'd been planning this trip for months. Weather's turning early this year, the ranger had warned when I registered my itinerary. We've had strange reports from that area. Wildlife acting unusual. Might want to stick to the popular routes. I dismissed his concerns with a confident smile. I've handled worse. Besides, I've got my emergency beacon if things go sideways. The trail started innocuously enough. A gentle climb through dense evergreens, the forest floor cushioned with needles that muffled my footsteps. 4 hours in, I reached my first designated camping area beside a small mountain stream. The solitude was exactly what I'd been seeking after months of urban stress. As I set up my tent and gathered wood for a small fire, I noticed unusual tracks in the soft mud near the stream. Too large for a deer, wrong shape for a bear. The impressions were deep, as if whatever made them carried substantial weight, yet the gait pattern seemed almost human. Probably just a moose, I muttered, though I'd never seen a moose in this region before. That night, I recorded observations in my journal as flames cast dancing shadows across the clearing. The forest had grown unnaturally quiet. No owls called. No small creatures rustled through underbrush. Even the stream seemed to whisper rather than babble. At 11:47 p.m., a sound cut through the silence. A high, keening wail that wasn't quite animal, wasn't quite human. It echoed from the ridge above my campsite, sustained for nearly 30 seconds before abruptly stopping. I doused my fire and retreated into my tent, telling myself it was merely a mountain lion or perhaps a fox. Yet my hand trembled as I zipped the tent closed. I placed my hunting knife within easy reach and tried to sleep with one ear alert to the sounds outside. Around 2 a.m., I jolted awake to heavy footfalls circling my campsite. The steps were deliberate, methodical. Whatever it was large and walked on 2 legs. A bear? Possibly, though black bears rarely approach campsites unless attracted by food, which I'd properly secured in a bear canister 50 yards from my tent. The footsteps paused directly outside my tent. I could hear breathing, slow, heavy breaths. My hand closed around the knife handle as I remained perfectly still, hardly daring to breathe. After what felt like hours but was likely only minutes, the presence moved away. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. At first light, I emerged cautiously. The morning mist clung to the trees, reducing visibility to mere yards. I searched the perimeter of my campsite and found more tracks, the same as before but fresher, deeper. They circled my tent multiple times before leading back into the forest. I should have turned back then. Every instinct screamed danger, but pride and stubbornness pushed me forward. I'd planned this 5-day hike meticulously. Whatever wildlife was out there, I reasoned, I could handle it with proper precautions. By midday, I'd reached a stunning alpine meadow dotted with late-season wildflowers. The beauty temporarily eased my apprehension. Then I spotted something that stopped me cold. A crude arrangement of stones forming what appeared to be an arrow, pointing deeper into the wilderness, in the exact direction I was headed. Probably left by other hikers, I reasoned, though the formation seemed fresh, with disturbed earth around the stones suggesting recent placement. I photographed it, an uneasy feeling settling in my stomach as I continued along the trail. That afternoon, I encountered the first physical evidence that something was truly wrong. Hanging from a branch at eye level was a small bundle of twigs bound with what looked like sinew, forming an intricate pattern I didn't recognize. Native American craftsmanship, perhaps. But why here, suspended over the trail? I left it untouched and pressed on, increasingly aware of a sensation I couldn't shake. The feeling of being watched. The second day dawned with heavy fog that refused to burn off as the morning progressed. Visibility remained limited to 20 feet in any direction, transforming familiar shapes into looming spectral forms. I broke camp early, eager to reach my next destination, a high alpine lake where I hoped the open terrain might provide some comfort after the claustrophobic forest. The silence that had descended the previous evening persisted. No birdsong accompanied my hike. No insects buzzed. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath, creating an acoustic dead zone that amplified every snap of twigs beneath my boots. 4 miles into the day's journey, I discovered the first unmistakable sign that I wasn't alone. A perfect outline of a handprint pressed into the mud of the trail, except the proportions were wrong. The fingers too long, the palm too narrow. The impression was deep, as if made by something of considerable weight. I photographed it using my compass for scale. The print measured nearly 14 inches from wrist to fingertip. Just someone playing a prank, I muttered, though the rationalization felt hollow even as I spoke it. The remoteness of this trail made such an explanation increasingly implausible. By midday, the fog had thickened rather than dissipated. The trail steepened as it ascended toward the ridge that would eventually lead to the alpine lake. My breaths came in labored gasps, not just from exertion but from a growing sense of dread. I paused to check my GPS. According to the device, I was on course, but something felt wrong. The trail seemed less defined than my topographical map suggested it should be. Had I veered onto a game path? As I studied the screen, a sound echoed through the fog, a rhythmic, clicking noise, like stones being struck together. It came from somewhere to my left, perhaps 100 yards away. Then another answering series of clicks from the right. I switched off my headlamp, suddenly aware that I was potentially being triangulated. The clicks continued, moving positions, drawing closer. I abandoned the trail, scrambling uphill through dense underbrush, fighting to control my breathing as branches clawed at my face and clothing. After 20 minutes of frantic climbing, I found myself atop a rocky outcrop that offered some protection, approachable from only one direction. I unslung my pack and retrieved my emergency satellite communicator. No signal. The steep terrain and heavy cloud cover were blocking transmission. I would need higher ground or clearer skies. From my vantage point, I surveyed what little I could see of the surrounding forest. Nothing moved in the fog. The clicking had stopped. Yet the silence felt expectant, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. I decided to wait. Night travel in these conditions would be suicidal. As daylight faded, I arranged rocks to create a small windbreak, but didn't risk a fire. The fog had begun to take on an amber hue in the sunset, creating disorienting pools of light between the trees below. That's when I saw it. A figure moving through the mist. Tall, impossibly tall, with a gait that seemed off somehow. It paused at the base of my outcrop, head tilted upward as if sensing my presence. Though the fog obscured details, I could make out the general silhouette. Humanoid, but wrong in subtle, disturbing ways. I pressed myself flat against the rock, pulse hammering in my ears. The figure remained motionless for nearly 10 minutes before moving on, disappearing into the fog with unsettling silence despite its size. Once certain it had gone, I retrieved my journal with shaking hands. Day 2. Observed bipedal figure approx. 7-8 feet tall, not bare. Movement pattern inconsistent with known wildlife. Clicking sounds may be method of communication or echolocation. Current hypothesis: unknown human inhabitants with territorial aggression. Alternative explanation: severe stress-induced hallucination. No evidence to support latter yet. As night settled fully, temperatures plummeted. I huddled in my sleeping bag, back pressed against rock, knife in hand. Sleep came in fitful bursts, interrupted by sounds that penetrated even my exhaustion. Rustling movement circling the base of my outcrop, occasional clicks, and once, a low vocalization that approximated my name with terrifying accuracy. Dawn revealed more strange arrangements. Small piles of stones had been placed at regular intervals around the base of my outcrop, forming a perfect circle. Each pile consisted of exactly 3 stones balanced precariously atop one another. More disturbing were the tracks, the same elongated footprints I'd seen before. But now they spiraled around my position, growing closer with each circuit, until they stopped precisely at the spot where climbing access would be easiest. Whatever was out there had spent the night systematically analyzing how to reach me. I gathered my gear with mechanical efficiency, mind racing through options. Continuing to my planned destination seemed foolhardy, but backtracking meant potentially encountering whatever had been stalking me. The third option, attempting to contact emergency services, required higher ground and clear skies. I chose the ridgeline. From there, I might get satellite reception and, if necessary, visibility to signal aircraft. The fog began to thin as I climbed, offering momentary glimpses of the vast wilderness surrounding me. During one such break in the white blanket, I spotted something that froze my blood. A figure standing on a distant ridge watching me. Even at that distance, I could sense its unnatural stillness, its patient observation. It raised one elongated arm, pointing directly at me before disappearing as fog closed in again. By mid-afternoon of the third day, I'd abandoned my original route entirely. My goal now was simply to reach the fire lookout tower marked on my map, approximately 11 miles northeast of my position. The tower would offer shelter, potential communication equipment, and defensible position. The weather worsened as I pushed through increasingly difficult terrain. Light rain began to fall, turning the ground treacherous. Thunder rumbled in the distance. A storm was approaching. I needed shelter before nightfall. I checked my satellite communicator hourly. Still no signal. My cell phone remained useless. No service had been available since I'd left the trailhead 3 days ago. Around 4 p.m., I found a natural rock overhang that would provide some protection from the elements. It wasn't ideal. The space was confined, with only one entrance, exit, but the approaching storm left me little choice. As I established my makeshift camp, I noticed unusual markings etched into the rock wall of the overhang. They resembled primitive petroglyphs, stick figures in various poses, some appearing to be running, others lying horizontal. One larger figure stood among them, disproportionately tall with elongated limbs. I traced the markings with my fingers. They weren't ancient. The cuts were relatively fresh, perhaps made within the past year. The implications disturbed me deeply. Either someone was creating fake petroglyphs to frighten hikers, or something inhabiting these woods was intelligent enough to create symbolic representations. The storm arrived with furious intensity. Lightning illuminated the landscape in strobing flashes, revealing momentary tableaus of the forest. During one such flash, I glimpsed a figure at the tree line, approximately 50 yards from my shelter. tall, gaunt, motionless despite the driving rain. I retreated deeper into the overhang, using my pack as a partial barrier across the entrance. The next lightning flash showed nothing but empty forest. Had it moved? Had I imagined it entirely? The rational part of my mind fought to maintain control. Isolation and stress could induce paranoia, even hallucinations. Perhaps I was experiencing the early stages of hypothermia, though my core temperature seemed normal. Maybe toxic mold spores in this damp environment were causing cognitive impairment. I documented these possibilities in my journal, the act of writing helping to calm my racing thoughts. Scientific observation and documentation had always been my method for processing fear. At 8:37 p.m., as noted in my journal, the first truly inexplicable event occurred. The storm had temporarily abated, leaving steady rainfall in its wake. From somewhere in the darkened forest came a sound that still haunts me. My own voice, played back with perfect fidelity. Probably just a moose. It was my exact words from the first day, my exact intonation. Then, silence. Minutes later, another phrase in my voice. I've handled worse. The implications were terrifying. Something had been close enough to hear me speak, possessed sufficient intelligence to remember specific phrases, and could mimic human speech with perfect accuracy. I spent the remainder of the night in a state of hypervigilance, recording each occurrence in my journal. 10:13 p.m., voice mimicry. Weather's turning early this year. 11:47 p.m., voice mimicry. Probably left by other hikers. 1:22 a.m., scratching sounds outside overhang. Duration, 3 minutes. 2:16 a.m., voice mimicry. I've got my emergency beacon if things go sideways. Each phrase represented something I'd said aloud during my journey. The entity was revealing not only its presence throughout my trip, but its deliberate observation and cataloging of my words. By morning, the rain had stopped. Exhaustion clouded my judgment, but one thing was clear. I needed to reach civilization. The fire lookout tower remained my best option. As I gathered my gear, I noticed something that hadn't been visible in the darkness. A small arrangement of twigs and leaves placed just outside the overhang. It resembled a crude human figure, bound together with what appeared to be hair. I photographed it, but left it untouched. My hands shook as I shouldered my pack. The forest seemed different in the aftermath of the storm. Quieter, more watchful. The sense of being observed intensified with each step I took. Periodically, I heard mimicked phrases from my own past conversations, always from different directions, always just beyond visual range. It was hurting me. The realization struck with horrifying clarity. Whatever stalked me was intelligent enough to use psychological warfare, to understand how to manipulate my movements. The mimicry from multiple directions created the impression of multiple entities, heightening my fear and disorientation. By midday, I'd covered only 4 miles of the 11 separating me from the lookout tower. The constant vigilance, lack of sleep, and stress had taken their toll. I found myself checking my 6 every few steps, jumping at ordinary forest sounds, second-guessing my navigation. When I stopped to filter water from a small stream, I noticed fresh tracks on the opposite bank. The same elongated footprints, but now accompanied by something new. Parallel to the footprints ran a continuous line, as if something was being dragged. I didn't want to consider what that something might be. As I photographed the tracks, a reflection in the water caught my attention. Something was behind me. I whirled, nearly losing my balance on the slick rocks. Nothing visible. Yet when I turned back to the stream, the reflection showed a tall figure standing directly behind me, its features indistinct except for eyes that reflected light like a nocturnal animal's. I scrambled backwards, boots slipping on wet stones, heart pounding so hard it felt like it might rupture. Again, nothing was physically present, yet the reflection remained in the water, the figure now tilting its head in an almost curious gesture. Was I hallucinating? Had lack of sleep finally broken my perception of reality? I backed away from the stream, unable to tear my eyes from that impossible reflection. Only when I'd retreated 15 yards did the water show only sky and trees again. I ran. Blind panic overrode training and experience. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs threatened to buckle, crashing through underbrush with no regard for the noise I created or the trail I was supposed to follow. When I finally stopped, gasping for breath, I realized with horror that I'd lost my orientation completely. The dense tree cover prevented me from using the sun to establish direction. My frantic flight had taken me off any established trail. I was lost. Night fell with cruel swiftness. After hours of attempting to reorient myself using topographical features and my compass, I'd made minimal progress toward the fire lookout tower. The forest seemed to actively resist my efforts, leading me in circles despite my best navigational techniques. I found myself in a small clearing as darkness descended fully. With no better options, I established camp, though camp was a generous description for my huddled form beneath a hastily erected tarp. I didn't dare light a fire. The beacon that might guide rescuers would also guide whatever hunted me. The temperature dropped rapidly. My breath formed visible clouds in the beam of my headlamp. The battery indicator showed less than 30% remaining. I would need to conserve power. At 9:42 p.m., the clicking sounds returned. They came from the darkness beyond my small circle of light, moving in patterns that suggested multiple sources. I dimmed my lamp to its lowest setting and retrieved my hunting knife. "I know you're there," I called out, surprising myself with the steadiness of my voice. "What do you want?" Silence answered me. Then, softly, my own voice echoed back. "What do you want?" I'd made a tactical error. Now it had a new phrase to mimic. The clicking intensified, now accompanied by a sound like branches breaking, deliberate, methodical destructions creating a perimeter of noise around my position. I recognized the strategy with growing dread, psychological intimidation through sound. My training asserted itself through the fog of fear. I needed to document everything, to maintain some semblance of scientific observation. I retrieved my journal and began recording entries by the dim light. Day 4, 2217. Auditory intimidation tactics continuing. Species demonstrates understanding of psychological warfare. Current hypothesis. Territorial display meant to drive intruder, me, away without direct confrontation. As I wrote those words, attempting to frame my terror within the comfortable boundaries of scientific analysis, a new sound emerged from the darkness. A low, guttural vocalization, unlike anything in my catalog of North American wildlife. It began as a rumble, building to a ululating call that raised the hair on my arms. The journal entry continued. 2226. Vocalization unlike known wildlife. Closest analog. Combination of elk bugle and human voice. Possible meaning, warning or challenge. Temperature dropping rapidly. Estimated current, 28 degrees Celsius. The cold was becoming dangerous. My fingers had grown numb, making writing difficult. I needed to conserve body heat, but the tarp provided minimal insulation. Moving location in darkness would be suicidal. At 11:13 p.m., the forest fell suddenly, completely silent. The clicking stopped. The vocalizations ceased. Even the natural ambient sounds, insects, wind through branches, disappeared, creating an acoustic vacuum that pressed against my eardrums like physical pressure. Something was approaching. I extinguished my light completely. In the absolute darkness, my other senses heightened. I could smell a musky odor, similar to wet fur but with underlying notes that triggered primitive revulsion. I could hear deliberate footsteps crushing the undergrowth, moving with slow confidence. My hand tightened around the knife handle, though I harbored no illusions about its effectiveness against whatever approached. The footsteps stopped approximately 15 feet from my position. I held my breath, straining to penetrate the darkness. Nothing was visible, yet I could feel its presence, a density in the darkness, a displacement of air that suggested substantial mass. For nearly 20 minutes, we remained in this standoff. Me frozen beneath my inadequate shelter, it standing motionless in the darkness. Then, with meticulous precision, it began circling my position, each footfall deliberately placed, never approaching closer than that 15-foot perimeter. Was it assessing me? Trying to provoke movement? The methodical nature of its behavior suggested intelligence rather than instinct. At approximately midnight, clouds parted briefly, allowing moonlight to filter through the canopy. In that moment of illumination, I caught my first clear glimpse of what had been stalking me. It stood at the edge of the clearing, a figure that approximated human form but deviated in crucial ways. The proportions were wrong, limbs too long, torso too narrow. Its height exceeded 7 feet, possibly approaching 8. The moonlight revealed a gaunt frame covered not with fur, but with what appeared to be tattered clothing and strips of material I couldn't identify. Its face remained in shadow, but I could see its eyes, reflective yellow orbs that caught the moonlight like a nocturnal predator's. It knew I could see it now. It raised one elongated arm, pointing directly at me with a hand that featured unnaturally long fingers. The gesture carried unmistakable meaning, acknowledgement. Then clouds obscured the moon again, plunging the clearing back into darkness. When my vision readjusted, I could detect movement. It was retreating into the forest. I remained motionless for hours, unsure whether its departure was genuine or a tactical withdrawal. Dawn found me still clutching the knife, muscles cramped from maintaining the same defensive posture through the night. As light gradually illuminated the clearing, I discovered evidence of the encounter. A perfect circle of broken branches surrounding my position, each snapped at precisely the same height and turned to point inward like accusing fingers. Most disturbing was what I found directly at the spot where the entity had stood during our moonlit confrontation. A small bundle containing a strip of weathered leather, 3 unusual black feathers, and what appeared to be a human tooth, yellowed with age. I photographed the arrangement before carefully packing the items as evidence. My hands trembled not just from cold, but from the implications. The bundle represented communication, a deliberate message I couldn't decode but instinctively recognized as significant. With daylight providing some security, I assessed my situation with brutal honesty. I was lost, my supplies running low, and being stalked by something that demonstrated both intelligence and territorial aggression. My satellite communicator remained unable to acquire signal, and my physical condition was deteriorating from stress and exposure. I had 2 options: continue searching for the fire lookout tower, or attempt to backtrack to the main trail. Neither guaranteed safety, but movement offered better odds than remaining stationary. I chose to pursue higher ground, hoping to establish satellite communication. With determined focus, I consulted my topographical map and compass, plotted the most direct route to elevated terrain, and began what I hoped would not be my final journey through Wendigo Woods. The 5th day broke with unexpected clarity, both in sky and thought. Exhaustion had pushed me beyond fear into a state of hyper-focused calm. I would survive this encounter. I would document it. I would ensure others knew what existed in these remote woods. My first priority remained establishing communication. I ascended steadily through increasingly sparse forest toward a rocky outcropping that promised unobstructed sky access. My satellite communicator showed its first hints of connectivity, a single bar flickering in and out as I gained elevation. The entity continued to shadow my progress, though it maintained greater distance than before. Occasionally I glimpsed movement in my peripheral vision or heard mimicked phrases from previous days. It seemed content to observe rather than confront, perhaps curious about my destination or waiting for me to reach a predetermined location. By mid-morning I'd gained nearly 2,000 feet of elevation. The trees thinned, giving way to alpine meadow dotted with boulder fields. I paused at a prominent rock formation to check my communicator again. 2 bars now, stable enough to attempt transmission. I composed a brief message to emergency services. SOS. Stalked by unknown entity in North Cascades. Position, GPS coordinates. Require immediate evacuation. Situation life-threatening. As I waited for confirmation of transmission, I noticed something odd about the boulder formation. The rocks weren't naturally arranged, but had been deliberately positioned to form a crude semicircle facing east. At the center lay an arrangement of bones, bleached white by exposure, most appearing to be from large mammals, deer or elk, but some disturbingly similar to human. The communicator chimed, confirming my message had been sent. Relief washed through me, tempered by the knowledge that rescue remained hours away at minimum. I documented the bone arrangement with my camera, maintaining scientific detachment despite the implications. This was a ritual site of some kind, perhaps explaining why the entity had seemed to herd me in this direction. The back of my neck prickled with the unmistakable sensation of being watched. I turned slowly to find the entity standing at the meadow's edge, partially obscured by the last line of trees. In daylight, details I'd missed in our moonlit encounter became apparent. It wore what appeared to be heavily weathered clothing, tattered fragments of what might once have been outdoor gear, supplemented with crude additions made from animal hide and plant materials. Its limbs were indeed disproportionately long, though whether from natural structure or deliberate modification was unclear. Its face remained the most disturbing aspect, gaunt to the point of emaciation, with pronounced cheekbones and deep-set eyes that reflected light unnaturally. What had initially appeared to be a skull-like visage revealed itself as an intricate mask constructed from what looked horribly like preserved human skin stretched over some underlying framework. We regarded each other across 50 yards of open meadow, neither advancing nor retreating. A standoff between species, one documented, one existing outside scientific classification. "What are you?" I called, voice steady despite my racing heart. It tilted its head at the sound, then straightened to its full height, easily 7.5 feet. With deliberate movements, it raised both arms outward in what might have been a gesture of display or greeting. Then it spoke, not in mimicry but in a voice uniquely its own, a rasping sound that approximated English with disturbing accuracy. "Protector, Watcher, Wendigo." The word hung in the clear mountain air between us. Wendigo, the malevolent spirit of Algonquian folklore, the cannibalistic entity that possessed humans who had committed the taboo of consuming human flesh during winter famine. But this was no spirit. Whatever stood before me existed in physical form, subject to natural law despite its unnatural appearance. A human transformed by isolation and extremity? A previously undocumented hominid species? Or something that defied conventional classification entirely? The entity, I couldn't bring myself to use the folkloric term even in thought, lowered its arms and took a single step forward. I maintained my position, understanding instinctively that showing fear would be disastrous. "This place. Sacred," it continued, gesturing to the stone arrangement. "You. Trespasser." Its command of language suggested intelligence comparable to human cognition, though its syntax was fragmented. Communication might be possible. "I'm lost," I replied, keeping my voice even. "I mean no disrespect to sacred places. I'm trying to return to my world." The entity processed this, head tilting again in that unsettlingly bird-like manner. "Others. Before you. Take, destroy." It gestured to the surrounding wilderness. "We protect." A territorial imperative, then. Not mere aggression, but defensive behavior against perceived threats to habitat. The psychological warfare tactics, the intimidation displays, the herding behavior, all designed to drive intruders away without direct confrontation. "I understand," I said, choosing words carefully. "I won't harm this place. I've called for help. People will come for me soon. We'll leave your territory." At the mention of people, the entity stiffened visibly. Its next words emerged as a guttural growl. "More come, always more. Take, kill." It advanced another step, elongated fingers flexing in what could only be interpreted as preparation for attack. The situation was deteriorating rapidly. My satellite communicator chimed. An incoming message. Without taking my eyes from the entity, I checked the screen. Message received. Helicopter dispatched. ETA your position, 45 minutes. Deploy emergency flare if able. Maintain current coordinates, 45 minutes. I needed to de-escalate this confrontation and maintain position until rescue arrived. Listen to me, I said, raising my empty hands to show I held no weapons. I respect your territory. I'll tell others to stay away from these sacred places, but you must let me leave peacefully. The entity paused, yellow eyes fixed on me with predatory intensity. Then, with alarming swiftness, it closed half the distance between us, moving with a gait that combined bipedal locomotion with occasional ground touches using its elongated arms. I stood my ground, though every instinct screamed for flight. Running would trigger pursuit. I knew this with evolutionary certainty. At 20 feet away, it stopped again, now close enough that I could smell the musky odor emanating from it. Not the stench of decay I might have expected, but something more complex, like petrichor mixed with animal musk and medicinal herbs. You. Different, it said, studying me with unsettling intensity. Others. Fear. Run. Fight. It tapped its chest with one long finger. You. See. Understand. Was it recognizing my scientific observation? My attempts to comprehend rather than merely react? Perhaps my documentation efforts had registered as something beyond the typical human response to territory violation. I'm a scientist, I explained, gesturing to my camera and journal visible in my open pack. I study. I learn. I don't destroy. The entity processed this information, head movements suggesting internal deliberation. Then it reached into what appeared to be a crude pouch at its side and withdrew something small, extending its arm toward me in apparent offering. I hesitated, aware of the risk, but equally aware that rejection might trigger aggression. Slowly I approached, stopping within arm's reach of the entity. It stood nearly 2 feet taller than me, its masked face unreadable except for those reflective eyes. It dropped the item into my outstretched palm, a small carving made from antler or bone, depicting a stylized human figure with arms raised. The craftsmanship was intricate, suggesting developed artistic capability. Remember, it said, the word carrying unmistakable weight. In the distance, I heard the faint thrum of helicopter rotors. The entity heard it too, head snapping toward the sound with predatory alertness. Without another word, it retreated with startling speed, disappearing into the tree line with movement too fluid for its ungainly proportions. I clutched the carving, its significance unclear but its message undeniable. I had been marked, remembered, perhaps even respected in some inscrutable way. The helicopter appeared 10 minutes later, hovering over the meadow before setting down 50 yards from my position. 2 search and rescue personnel approached, expressions registering concern at my disheveled state. "Are you injured?" the first rescuer shouted over the rotor noise. I shook my head, still processing the encounter that defied conventional explanation. "What happened out here?" the second asked, scanning the tree line nervously. "Your message mentioned being stalked?" I opened my palm, revealing the small carved figure. Evidence of an encounter that would challenge scientific understanding if properly documented. "Something exists in these woods," I said, voice steady despite everything. "Something that science hasn't classified. Something that wants to be left alone." They exchanged glances that clearly questioned my mental state after 5 days of isolation. "Let's get you to safety," the first rescuer said diplomatically. "You can tell us everything once you're treated for exposure." As they led me to the helicopter, I looked back at the forest one final time. There, at the precise edge where meadow met wilderness, the entity stood in plain view, visible to me but positioned just beyond the sightline of my rescuers. It raised one hand in what might have been farewell or warning. Then it was gone, melting into the shadows it called home. The helicopter lifted off, carrying me back to the world of scientific certainty and rational explanation. In my pack lay evidence few would believe: photographs, journal entries, the small carved figure, and the bundle of feathers, leather, and ancient tooth. I knew with absolute certainty that my academic reputation would suffer once I presented my findings. Skepticism, ridicule, and accusations of hoax or delusion would follow. Yet the truth demanded documentation, regardless of personal cost. Whatever existed in those remote woods, whatever identity it claimed for itself, represented either an undocumented humanoid species or human adaptation so extreme it challenged our understanding of our own capabilities. As the wilderness receded beneath the helicopter, I made a silent promise to the entity that had chosen communication over elimination when it held my life in its elongated hands. I would tell its story with scientific integrity. I would protect its territory through education rather than exploitation. The carving pressed into my palm, a physical reminder that some mysteries remain unsolved, not because they don't exist, but because they exist beyond our willingness to see.